Good evening. Tonight, we're going into the post-game of Endwalker, starting the story that, well, we might actually reach the point in the story where the game was when we started this journey. Wouldn't that be incredible? I believe this character was made in 6.1, like 2 weeks before 6.2 came out. So if we can reach 6.2, then we've reached what was current content by that point. And it is quite impressive to think that we had 2 major patches since then. Hey Ymir, hey Lemon, hey Matthew, hey Leaf, I hope you're all doing well. Yeah, we're going to go through the main quest. I have been pondering whether I should look into getting a crafted set, or if we should start by seeing how far we can get without doing that. And I think it would be interesting to see how far in the MSQ we can get without buying anything. Because it wouldn't be the first time that I've seen players go, I don't actually know what I'm supposed to be doing because I'm stuck in the quest, or your item level is too low. And I would like to know when that starts to be a problem. You need a high item level. Yeah, eventually we do. But I do believe Alzadal's Legacy, which is the first dungeon we're getting, is surprisingly low. So we'll see how far we can get. Crazy says, about now. I think if we reach the... So here's what's going to happen is when or if we reach the point in the story where I need equipment to progress, like I need a higher item level, right? That is the moment that I will do what I would do if my item level is too low. Like I will basically showcase you, this is what I would do. Which might be a learning experience for some. You need item level 560. What do we have? 549. Well, then we will ram face first into a brick wall when that happens. And then we will buy gear at that moment. Like, when we see your item level is not high enough, we will do something about it. But not in a moment before that, because I want to see exactly when that moment happens. We also have an inventory problem of our own while we're on the subject, which we might also want to address when we get to that market problem. But if it's... I'm guessing, Ymir, you just went and looked up the item requirement of Alzadal's Legacy. Is that right? Because then the only way we would be able to enter is if the MSQ gives us equipment naturally, or if we buy some. And the reason why you never have this problem in old expansions is because, and now if you started in Endwalker you would never know this, but in Shadowbringers, the Shadowbringers post-game story didn't shower you with equipment. It didn't give you like a full armor set to like be able to keep up with the story's requirements and stuff. That happens when the game when the expansion is outdated. Then they add it so that you can keep going without it being a problem, which makes sense. It's a good idea. It's a good work. If they did it any other way, it would be really awkward to do the main quest in a fluid way. Kaitsu, how lovely to see you. If you're not in too much of a rush, I was about to make a pot of tea. Would you like a cup? Take a seat then, and I'll find us something to nibble on as well. The best set of clothes, is it? Isn't there something with it not including pants?
It's so much quieter these days without everyone around. Not that I'm pining for your return, you understand. I have my sources, and I know that each and every one of you is doing well and keeping busy with your endeavors. Meanwhile, I'm left with a surplus of free time and the question of how to make the most of it. What about you? Any plans for the immediate future?
The immediate future, you say? I was actually thinking about this muffin situation up here. I was thinking about eating that. That is my immediate future, Tataru. If you're wondering, if you're really interested. A grand new adventure, of course.
Traveling to the edge of existence and back wasn't enough? Well, if that's the case, I might have a suggestion for you. You fought bravely and selflessly, helping those in need and saving our star from unimaginable threats. For your deeds, you've been hailed as the champion of Eorzea and a host of other incredible things. But why not put those titles aside for a while? Acquit yourself as a simple adventurer again, and travel the world in search of wonder.
Is it just me, or does this particular camera angle really underline how much Lalafels seem like they almost don't have a nose? Like, I looked at this, I was like, I can see it that yeah, there is like a bridge there, so like it is there, but it looks like she's like she almost doesn't have a nose. Of course, it's the angle because there is a nose here, for example. You're right. Who knows what mysteries are still waiting to be discovered?
Spirit? I can feel from here the blazing fire that just lit in your belly.
Hey Erika, thank you for checking in. Enjoy your own MSQ if you're still working on that, or whatever else you're up to. Thank you.
Now, all you need is a destination. If you're having trouble deciding, just leave it to me. Thavner. That's where you should go next. I doubt you were able to squeeze in a proper tour of Radzatan the last time you were there. What with the burning skies and rampaging monsters and so forth. And I'm sure Ritra would be pleased to see you. Then there's the bounty itself. The Empire's presence in the region was always a deterrent to exploration. So if you've a mind to sail that sea, now's your chance. Just think of all the new experiences you could have.
Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty? As the bearer of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much.
Oh, I know that look. That's an adventurer ready to take on the world.
Or these muffins.
In anticipation of an occasion like this, I was planning to gift you a new set of traveling clothes, but it's still a work in progress.
Is that why there's no pants?
Shouldn't take much longer now though, so sit tight and I'll have the last few bits sewn up before you can finish another cup of tea.
Make sure it has pockets. Is she making it right there?
Stitch in here and trim in there. Knot the threads with love and care. Just a little more to go. I'm sure you're still brimming with excitement. I'm one with the needle. See how the fabric surrenders to my whims. Don't worry. I'll make sure the lining has plenty of pockets for all your little treasures. I swear adventurers are worse than children when it comes to hoarding every feather and leaf and animal hide they come across. Oh, we mustn't forget the waterproofing. Gods forbid you forget to disrobe before plunging into the sea, or a river, or a piping hot bath.
And thus I am returned.
Hey Greensville. Newfound adventure. Something I find really funny. Wait, is the cutscene over? It is not.
Ah, you're awake. My apologies. I do get a little carried away with my sewing. You seem awfully cheerful. Pleasant dream? Or are you just looking forward to the next chapter of your grand saga? Either way, I promise to provide you with new apparel, and so I shall. If you'll accompany me to the Diamond Forge, we can put the finishing touches on your outfit. Shall we?
And so they went. Do we go directly into the next cutscene, or do I have to go myself? Oh, I have to go myself, right. What I found really funny about that cutscene is if you came into the game in 6.1 and you did like the final quest from last week when you see the credits, and then you run over here, like you get this part, and then you grab this quest, then you have that anime experience where they do a flashback to what happened 5 minutes ago. Like, yeah, I do remember what Emmett Silk said. I kinda have a good chance of remembering that on account of it happened an hour ago. You know? Oh, Umi is here. You're playing Gunbreaker. Did you also see Sip? Since you mentioned Sip before. I didn't see him on account of being in a cutscene. Is it downstairs? I think it's downstairs. Oh, inventory. Well, You would probably be surprised, but the best way I can explain Zip's inventory is to say you'll need to see it for yourself. Genuinely, you need to see it to believe it. It's ridiculous. He manages to get by with like 8 inventory slots. Like, he'll go into a dungeon, and if he happens to win everything, he might not have space for everything. And that is only a very, very small exaggeration. It doesn't look great, but then again, half of it is junk that we can just drop eventually when we have the time. Observe as the artiste refines her piece into a masterpiece. And no napping this time, I only need a moment, you'll see. Oh really? A little more room in the shoulders, open up the cuffs, a final adjustment to the hem. I don't think you need more room in the shoulders, I hardly have shoulders. All done, let's see how it looks on the mannequin. Well, what do you think? Doesn't it just scream, ready for a bold new adventure? It screams there's missing pants, Tataru. I'm so glad you approve. You've outdone yourself, Tataru. Thank you. That's crazy. Oh, stop. You'll make me blush. If you really want to thank me, though, all I ask is that you wear this on your travels. Or, at least, anywhere lots of adventurers might gather. Well, look at you, a famous hero, and wonder wherever did she purchase those stylish yet practical garments without pants. And before you know it, hordes of new customers will be climbing over each other to place orders at Tataru's boutique. That don't make pants, apparently. Wahahaha, I can hear it now, the merry clink clink of gill overflowing from my coffers, sweet music to my ears. Okay, Lolorito. Look, it comes with earrings and a necklace, but not pants. Ahem. Burgeoning merchant empires aside, you must be excited to start a fresh chapter of your life. New places to go, new people to meet. I often wonder how you remember all your experiences and exploits without taking at least a few notes. Oh, maybe you should start doing just that. You never know when some odd past detail might become relevant, or if one day you'll take a blow to the head and forget the better part of the past decade. Something to keep in mind in any case. It is strange that that feature is added this late in the story, isn't it? The Unending Codex is now available under Collections in the Duty section of the main menu. Entries for prominent terms and characters will be added to the Codex as you progress through the main scenario quests. And Yumi says, in the spirit of the stream, I have changed my outfit, or my glam. It looks nice. We will need to get some dye to make this work. This could work. We could do this. Just weirdly have plate pants to go with it. That could work. That's why I'm hung up on it, by the way. We'll change the outfit when we have an opportune moment to actually change it. You have pants. Well, you have brought your own pants. As the former receptionist and sometimes intelligence gatherer of the Scions, allow me to offer you a word of advice. Do not expect juicy rumors to simply fall into your lap. Adventurers rely on gossip, and the best places to pick up information are taverns and markets. At present, you only have a broad destination in mind. When you arrive in Thavnair, I suggest you explore your options at Myriad's Main, the finest drinking establishment in Razatan. Charm the employees, and they'll not only point you in the direction of the local tale tellers, but also share with you the tricks for loosening their tongues. Now, I really must be getting back to running my boutique. Enjoy the journey, Caetsu, and may fair fortune find you. You spent a week just standing in the Rising Stones, and now you're in a hurry? Look at your pants. Array of breeches. That works. Do we have those, even? Yeah, I did believe Old Charlian was our free destination, so we just go there for the market. Sorry? We just need a market board. And hopefully not too expensive cherry pink dye. Thank you. Oh boy. Do you need prisms? I think we have glamour prisms. Thank you. The main thing was last week we needed dispelling glamour, like dispelling prisms rather than glamour prisms to fix the fact that we had already glamored over it. Whoops. Now we're ready to party. Yeah, the reason why this, like, if you look at this inventory, pretty much all of the green items here, all the gear, we could just get rid of it. All of this random junk, we can just get rid of it, like, if we take some time to get rid of it. Like, we have 2 retainers that can sell all of these things, and we could shove all this into the Grand Company. Your neck looks like it's broken, it's not doing well. And all of this food, like, when we start leveling alt jobs, this food is going to be incredibly handy to have. And that's why I'm keeping it. The problem is just that there's a lot of different food. And that's what's basically causing it to look a lot more overwhelming than it is. Like, the only things that are actually inventory stuff that we're hanging on to is this, and some specific items in our armory chest. Like, most of these spears we could just drop if we don't want them, and we don't. It's just basically when you sit down and sort your inventory, you can do that at any time you want. It just takes a moment, right? I can do that too, but if I sort my inventory every time we do something, which I do on my main very often, I sort my inventory after I've done a bunch of things. If I did that after every Rewind Replay stream, we would add like 15 to 20 minutes of me just sitting there fixing my inventory. And because of how the MSQ works, it often can take even longer to like figure out, oh, do I need this? Do I want this? Should we keep this? So it's just easier to just go, we go until we can't. And then the inventory will just have to deal with it. We could have used this. In retrospect. Look, it's Mihiel. Milil. Welcome to Myriad's Main. Oh, Oh, hello. I did not recognize you at first. Are you here low? Let me find you a table. I just ate a muffin. Ruins beneath the bounty? Would you be speaking of the sunken treasure vault? We have one regular, a historian in fact, who could tell you all about it. Ah, there he is. Professor Jalheen. I thought I saw him come in. Although a somewhat private sort, the professor is quick to befriend those who share his fondness for the Mayhem's unique beverages. Offer him any drink from our selection, and he should happily share everything he knows about the vault you seek, and a few other odd bits besides. Whatever you buy for him is on the house, by the way. If Myriad found out I took coin from Thavnair's savior, she would have me scrubbing pots for a week. Ha! Give me free things. I saved the world. That would be awkward. That only works until the hero starts asking for a bit too much, right? Yes. Following duty. The following event cannot be skipped. And what may I do for you, my Eorzean friend? I want to ask you about the... Oh, wait. Oh, just a friendly chat. How about a drink? Well, I certainly wouldn't say no to a drink freely offered. Hey, Gelano, how are you doing? Here we are, one of Myriad's finest. Enjoy. Ah, lovely. Bottoms up. Jalheen empties the cup in a single pull. With no pull timer even. Very, very impressive. He didn't have to use any cooldowns or anything. That was very kind of you, miss, but I know when I'm being softened up. What is it that you want from me? Oh, chasing down that old tale, are you? It does seem to appeal to the adventurers at heart. Now, where to begin? Might I assume you've heard of Alzadal? He was Khan of the Auri tribe which sailed to Thavnair from the mainland, and a key figure in the history of Rarzatan. His decision to aid the Agazadara is what ultimately won them the war against the Gajasura, thus allowing our predecessors to lay the foundation for this thriving city-state. The truly fascinating stories, however, concern his grandson, Alzadal III, who was known for his deeds as satrap in Rarzatan's earlier days. Some attest that this man travelled to another world entirely and returned with glittering riches, others that he brokered an alliance with a certain worm of the First Brood. Then there's the tale of the sunken vault, the one you seem most curious about. According to this legend, Alzadal III claimed a small island somewhere in the middle of the bounty. There he built a structure reaching clear to the bottom of the sea, a deep and secret storehouse, and locked all his worldly wealth within. In the centuries since, whenever a natural disaster or a hardship befell Rarzatan, folk would remember that tale of hidden treasure. Hardy souls would set out to claim their fortune, but precious few ever made it home. Would you like to hear more? Apologies, I have a slight tickle in... No, my cup appears to be empty. Meal, another round for the professor. Ah, I see we've reached an understanding. You're a sharp one, adventurer. Another beer, if you know what I mean. Another for the professor. Ho ho ho! Today was a splendid day to visit the main. Jalheen gulps down his newest drink with gusto. where were we? Ah, yes, those who did return from seeing the treasure vault refused, flatly refused to speak of what they saw. Did this discourage others? Nay, quite the opposite. Such accounts only served to feed the legend, and their golden lure grew stronger than ever before. That reminds me of something Asama was saying. Asama's a fellow connoisseur of spirituous potables. Yes, he is. Anyway, he was saying that one of his acquaintances went after the treasure himself. Hasn't been seen since he's at Zale, I hear, but he did have... no, I can't say no more. You seem a generous sort. What kind of man would I be to encourage what is clearly a foolhardy quest? If my words sent you to your death, I could never live with myself. I am no stranger to peril. You sound drunk. Perfect, because he is drunk. Is that so? Perhaps it's your turn to tell a tale then. What manners of dangers have you faced? The very edge of existence. From anyone else, I'd struggle to believe it, but I recognize you now. You're the hero of the final days. A drink. I need another drink to settle my nerves. Merely more of the same, if you please. As you wish, but this one is on your coin, Professor. Dalheen drains yet another cup dry. Anyway, you being who you are, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to share a little more. His friend's Versamas, he was desperate to buy a treasure map, one which showed the way to the entrance of the vault. Seems he could only get it from some merchant. What's his name? I forget. Let's drink a toast to you, my new best friend. Merely more drinks. Signal for water instead. Your drink, sir. Ah, marvelous. I am parched. Yarleen gulps down the cup of water. That was water. Did you tell her to bring me water? Still, that's probably for the best. Very kind of you, really. My head will certainly thank you in the morning. I seem to have overindulged. I am put in mind of the words of Master Jalzan. Be wary of how much of the drink you swallow, lest it swallow you. Forgive me, I will subject you to no more of these unseemly antics. If you want to speak with Asama, well, as I said, we share a taste for the main's fine spirits. He probably came in as we were talking. I wish you fortune in finding your fortune. You appear to have learned all that Dalheen has to share regarding the undersea vault. To find out more, you will need to locate a man by the name of Asama. Jelano says, I'm alright, better than lately. That's really good to hear. I do remember a while back you were kind of not doing super well, so I'm really glad to hear that. I'm doing very well. As I said on Discord, I had a nice pack of strawberries and a scone before we started, so I'm very good. Oh yeah, the ambient track in Ratzenhan is very nice. And Lemon says I can't get into Final Fantasy 14 right now. Why not? Is it like are you out, or is your client messing? And thank you, Gilano. Thank you. Like, does he look as like an old Dante? That is, I don't know. But he did look nice, didn't he? Yes, I am Asama, and who might you be? All true, I'm afraid. My friend took a ship out in search of Alzadal's legacy, and I've been watching for his sails ever since. I tried to dissuade him, of course, but he refused to listen. All he could talk about was finding that vault. And that look in his eyes, I knew it wasn't common gold or jewels he lost it after. He was hunting Alzadal III's otherworldly hoard, and his ambition would not be denied. I see it in you, too, that appetite for the mysterious and the unknown. But I'll not attempt to turn you from your path. I know too well the futility of that endeavor. So I will tell you what my friend told me, how he convinced a merchant in the bazaar to give him the rough location of the vault's entrance. It seems this merchant, one Zazshal, I believe, is selling a map which shows the exact route, but my friend's purse was too light for its exorbitant price. With what meager wealth he had, he instead paid to learn that there are ruins on a small island somewhere in the bounty, and within those ruins hides the path to the vault deep below. If you truly intend on seeking Alzadal's treasure, I suggest you put your affairs in order. I wish things were different, but I do not believe my friend is ever coming home.
Please, Ashal, please! You must let me have that treasure map!
That won't
What's
fit
all
in.
this about?
My mother and father were slaughtered by monsters. My baby sister, still too young to fend for herself. Can you spare us no kindness?
So, you hope to find your fortune? And what? You expect me to surrender my wares for pity's sake? What have you to offer in payment? As I thought. Come back when you've more than rags to your name. This is no mere treasure map. It is a guide to the vaults of Arzadal III, one of the great satraps of Radzat Han, and a direct descendant of Alzadal Khan.
A map to Alzadal's legacy?
So he says. A fake, I'd wager.
This is no fake. The parchment is marked with an arcane glyph of passage. You may find the ruins hidden in the bounty, but you won't be setting foot inside without this in your possession. A priceless artifact it is, discovered amongst the rubble in the aftermath of the final days, and lovingly restored by yours truly. This map is the key to fabulous riches, and I'll be the king of fools to simply give it away. Be glad I am no such king, boy. Your scrawny-eyed had never return with that treasure alive.
Oh, cruel fate! Why must you tempt me with wealth I am powerless to claim? How I shall envy the one who purchases that precious map! Whatever they pay will be but pittance against the golden hoard they stand to uncover.
Said the kid in rags who does not know exactly what's in the map. Ah, a fellow spear wielder. A fellow person carrying an excessive spear.
What of you, sir? Fighting man of your stature would surely relish the challenge of recovering Alzadal's lost fortune.
A fortune, you say?
If I had but the strength to seize that treasure,
My starving sister would never want for food.
I'll take it. Will this cover the price?
Hey, new best friend.
Well met, my friend. Someone is dressed for adventure.
Imagine if you just show up in like a beach outfit for this. Someone is dressed for adventure.
But why Favner of all places? Knowing you, I suspect there's more to your plans than sightseeing and shopping. Ruins beneath the bounty. Curious. And here I've acquired a map to just such a site.
Yes, what a coincidence.
With that sale, I do believe I've earned the rest of the day off. Thank you for your patronage, sir, but if you'll excuse me.
You needn't mind us.
And now I've fleeced one of the heroes of the final days. Pray the sisters were looking elsewhere.
Oops.
This map may or may not be genuine. Either way, we'll need a ship to find out for sure.
You seem eager to be underway.
Lest you misunderstand, I seek the treasure not for myself. If such a fortune truly exists, then it could help ease the struggles of those who lost their loved ones in the final days. I hope to do for Thavnir what you and Alphino did for the Alamegans when you recovered the Mad King's trove. Come now. You know Alphino needs little encouragement when it comes to recounting the tales of your shared exploits. Speaking of precocious lads, that boy in the bazaar was clearly an accomplice of the merchant. Suppose his role was to draw the attention of the crowd and add weight to the merchant's bold claims. Transparent act for the most part. It was not all mummery. The need to provide for his sister rang true enough. Thus, if some portion of the profits end up in that waif's pockets, then I will consider it money well spent, whether the map leads us to the vault or not. You are coming along, yes?
Naturally.
I thought as much. Now, let's see about securing a vessel.
I'm going on adventure. Woohoo! Demon said, I don't know. Looks like just everything ever is down in my area right now. I can't get into almost anything, even though the stream is fine. Well, that is a shame, but at least you can still watch something. But I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully it resolves itself soon. And Ymir. And the Oscar goes to The rag wife. It is really funny how he's like the presentation where he's like, oh, whoever happens to buy this map is like, it's like TV shop levels of ridiculous. It's like, oh, buy this and you will get huge muscles really quickly. It's just $50 plus shipping and handling. And just call this number on screen and it'll be shipped right to your door. 2 elf and a potato. Indeed. And a teddy bear. What a party, isn't it? You will recall I spoke of visiting Thavne at Vitra's request. Well, he finally invited me to a feast, and made his proposal once I was too full of Hannish delights to refuse. He wishes me to train the Radiant Host and Landswork. But that is a tale for another time. What we need now is a merchant or a trawler with a ship fit for the open seas. Matsya is a fisherman by trade, yes? We should head to Akiala and see if he can help us. The pointy and a burp. Yeah, also a burp. It's very good. I'm glad that you're enjoying the burp. I remember when Endwalker was like completely new. The Starbird was something a lot of players was like spamming the dungeon to get. A particular amount were doing it. Like not only were they spamming, like were there people spamming it in Duty Finder to get it done quickly, but there were of course also a bunch of players spamming it with trusts or duty support, such that that on the off chance that it did drop, they wouldn't risk someone else winning it. Like they would rather take 2 or 3 times the time to beat it, but if the minion dropped, then they would get it with 100% certainty. I can't remember when I got it, but as I recall, I got it randomly when it was in there anyway. And I believe 2 in my group already had it, even. So like, oh, nice. Yoink. A lack of Sharo. Yeah, you're right. Well, I'm sure Sharo is having a great time. I hope so, at least. You don't have it yet, Janano? Hopefully you'll get it soon. My friends, what brings you to our humble village? So you need a seaworthy vessel to seek these ruins. Considering it was your deeds which allowed us to return to fishing, I should think everyone would be glad for a chance to repay the favor. Wait here, and I will have a boat stocked and ready for you in no time at all. Let's act like we don't know the kid is there. Never mind. Have you noticed our little shadow? He's been following us since we left the city. Which is impressive considering I teleported halfway here. We see you there, boy. Show yourself. Ah, it is you. Do you know how far out of our way we walked so that you'd not cross paths with some wild beast? I'm sorry, sir. What? But aren't you the heroes who saved Thavne? You are. I know you are. And I've gone and cheated you. I work with Zazshal, you see, the map merchant. It's my job to play the pleading orphan and convince the crowd his wares are worth the price he asks. I'm ashamed of what I've done. I beg for your forgiveness. If not for you, my sister and I would never have... Well, we'd be... Enough. I knew your game, and I paid the price willingly. A fortunate purchase, as it turns out, for my friend here was seeking those very ruins. Hello. It's me. You are kind to overlook the wrong I've done you, but there's more you need to know. The map you bought is very real, as is the island it shows. I overheard Zashal selling the information to another customer. He told that man where he needed to search, about the ruins, about the vault, about everything. Then the man sailed out to find his fortune, never to return. You cannot go alone to that place. You should have more friends with you, maybe even a whole army. I do not doubt the ruins hold danger, but I assure you, between the two of us, there's little we cannot overcome. Actually, Estinian, let me correct you on that. A tank buster? Or like any healing requirement? Don't think we can beat that one. Pretty sure we can't beat that one. Just saying. We don't need an army, we have a potato. Please, I cannot bear the thought of... We might need a hand moving the treasure. Assuming we find any. Still, it may prove wise to bring some companions along all the same. Any ideas any ideas on whom to approach? The signs have scattered far and wide since our last gathering. So Thancred and Urianger are out there doing spy stuff. Just imagine like Mission Impossible music. Alfno and Alice are busy helping the poor in need in Garlemald. Grahatia would be thrilled to come, but Kryl, I don't think she wants to come for this. So Y'shtola. Y'shtola. Her magics would be a welcome addition, aye, but I'm loath to interrupt her research. Mayhap we could ask a less prickly companion. Grahatia, then. And Kryl. Aye, Kryl may have her hands full rebuilding the students, but if you reach out to Gra, he would surely leap at the invitation. Will that set your mind at ease? Yes, if that man is as strong as you. Is he though? Strong, I mean. You could say that. What is your name, boy? My name is Ragged Wife. Ragged first name, wife. Last name. Mirad, sir. Well, Mirad, your life is yours to live as you will. But I suggest you find a more honest trade if you truly wish to keep your sister safe. I'm not proud of what I do, but what choice do I have? We need to eat, and everyone's too busy rebuilding their own lives to bother with two grubby orphans. Wait, boy. I didn't take this roundabout road just to see you end up in some creature's belly. Let me walk you back to the city gates. Thank you, sir. Call me Estinian. Call me Superman. That's not actually my name, but just call it to say that to me anyway. Lemon says it's back up. Turns out it was an issue in the eastern US area, so it wasn't just me, but I can at least log in now. That is awesome. Weird that you could still watch YouTube though. Yeah, if it's a little laggy, then it might be better to not jump into a dungeon or something. But it's still better than just sitting and not being able to log in. Ymir says also we have me for tank busters. Yes, here we are. We have Estinian, the Warrior of Light, and another Warrior of Light. Somehow. I shall leave you to recruit Graha. He'll appreciate the invitation that much more, I'm sure. As I recall, he was based at the Annex. Someone there ought to be able to point you in the right direction. Let us be off too, Merard. Do me a favor and don't stray from the path. You know, Lemon, if you feel like it, this could be a good time for Lemon Brady to level some crafters or gatherers or something. If you want to do that. Because, like, yeah, that's also going to be a little slow, but it is absolutely safe to do that, even on a terrible connection. So you could do that. I think fishing might be difficult. I don't know how problematic fishing can be with lag, but But like general gathering and crafting should be perfectly safe. Oh, look who it is. Welcome back, Caetsu. What might the students do for you? I want Graha. Graha, yes. He's in the main hall with Mistress Crowd. They've been holed up in there for days. By all means, go and give them an excuse to take a break. It me.
Ah, Ojika, my good man. Would you be so kind as to...
I know. I've changed outfit. I know. I've also cut my hair, as you can see. Surprise, it's not Ojika.
Oh, isn't this a pleasant surprise?
I wish you had sent word ahead. I thought I was having visions for a moment there.
I'm very real. What are the two of you working on?
Raha and I have been compiling old records of the students' activities. We were able to locate several accounts in the archives of Numenon, but the bulk of our documents was lost along with the Isle of Fowl.
But what brings you to the annex, my friend? Surely you haven't come all this way just to watch us shuffle dusty papers around?
What if I have, Graha? What if I have?
The treasure vault of Alzadal III.
And you're looking for companions to join you on this expedition. I would dearly love to accompany you, of course, but I'm afraid I'm committed to another task. On the subject of which I had hoped to ask for your assistance. Then again, it's not so urgent that it can't wait until you've returned. You should go, Raha. I'll stay here and mind the shop, as it were.
Are you sure? I'd hate to leave you short-handed.
I'm sure. Just try to be back before too many moons have passed.
How many are too many?
Well, I guess we're off on another adventure already. Have you asked anyone else to come along? Then might I suggest we invite your Stola?
That's what I said.
Ever since the Scions disbanded, she's spent most of her time cloistered within the Great Gooble Library, hoping to piece together a method to traverse the rift. It would seem, however, that whatever wisdom she sought there was not to be found. She arrived in Sharlayan the other day. We spoke briefly before she began her search of Numenon. Considering what you've told us of Alzadal's extraordinary feats, I do believe your Stola would be more than interested to hear what you have to say. Splendid! Then let us head to the archives at once.
Wait, before you go. I have another potential member to volunteer, if you've room to spare. Urianger.
What? You don't mean to say that you have the ability to get us to exactly 4 members, including me? Incredible.
He sent the students a request for materials, you see. Treatises on the architecture of treasure vaults and the like. From what I can gather, the Loporrits wish to build their own vault for the people of Aetheris to explore, and are looking for inspiration to help make it a memorable experience. So, why not take Urianger with you? Let him study Alzadal's legacy firsthand.
None can deny the benefit of seeing something with your own eyes. If our expedition leader has no objections, I say we extend Urianger an invitation once we've spoken with your Stola.
Safe travels, you two. But don't forget, I'd still like your help with that other matter I mentioned.
Right. Then it's off to the library.
I can't even remember if we ever addressed that yet in the main quest. Ymir says I might have to leave before the dungeon, but I'll be back after. Well, we'll see. The next quest after this one is finished is the one where you go into the dungeon. So, like, if there's anyone in the stream chat that would like to come along for the dungeon, it might not be a bad idea to, like, start preparing to make your way to, well, at least the Light Data Center, but Alpha Light, as it were. And then we'll see how many we have, and then we'll work from there. We also have the possibility that I will be met with an item level restriction, so we will have to take some time to figure out the cheapest way to get our item level up a bit, because we only have 1.4 million to work with on this character. So I need to be efficient with my money, while still only having Dragoon to work with.
I've never known your Stola to doze off in the middle of research before.
Close my eyes for one moment. Ow!
The symbol of grace.
How long have you two been here?
We didn't want to wake you.
Nor did I want to fall asleep. I must have been studying for 2-3 days straight before exhaustion finally claimed me. As you know, I've been researching ways to travel from the source to one of its reflections. Well, looking for hints at least. I don't expect to find a simple set of instructions tucked away in some dark corner of the library. So I've been skimming through the stacks, hoping to uncover even a partial mention of any similar feats in the past. A means to travel between worlds exists, and you can be sure I will find a way to employ it. So I promised Runar, but 'twould seem I've set myself a nigh impossible task.
You needn't be so hard on yourself. The leap I made with the Crystal Tower was not achieved in an afternoon. It was the culmination of a collective effort spanning generations.
Oh, you think me discouraged? I assure you, 'tis quite the opposite. A daunting challenge and the time to sink my teeth into it. I feel like a fresh-faced student again.
A scholar in her element.
Indeed. Was there something else you wish to ask of me? Alzadal is no minor figure in Harnish history, and much is known about his family. But this is the first I've heard of a descendant surviving a trip to another world. If those tales are true, then he may have left behind some clue as to how it was accomplished. An invitation to delve into one of the world's lingering mysteries, as if I could refuse. And whence do we embark upon this expedition?
Akyali, by ship. But before that, we thought to extend an invitation to Urianger as well. He was in Thalmazane, last we heard.
Then by all means, let us recruit him, and be on our way.
Nice. And the robot like, oh, I have to clean up all this. Teleporting around the world. Around the world. Around the world. I don't think it'll fit. Watch this. Oh, right. That thing. And onwards we go. That is an interesting way to sit on a little floaty boy. Just sitting sideways on the flat head. A rounded head. They found Urianger.
Our illustrious champion. Cloaked in the mantle of the common explorer, fame set aside in thy pursuit of simple adventure. I am told a new expedition is in the offing.
Wasn't Thancred with you?
He left to attend to some personal errand, but should be returning ere long.
You've been keeping yourself busy, I trust?
True to our plan, Thancred and I embarked upon a pilgrimage of sorts, with an eye for gauging the state of those lands through which we passed. Our travels were interrupted, however, by a request for aid from our befurred lunar allies. As you may recall, the Loporrits had been seeking new purpose for the moon, another role through which it might serve to benefit mankind. The Forum hath been working to advise them in this endeavor, but I return to offer mine own counsel.
And this has what to do with treasure vaults, exactly?
Ah, you have learned of my predicament from Mistress Cryle. I know not whence they acquired such knowledge, but the Loporrits now stand convinced that adventurers delight in treasure hunts.
It's true.
Thus, with their newly built wonderland of riches and mystery, do they hope to entice all manner of daring delvers to the moon? So earnest and innocent was their desire to bring joy to the world that I found myself powerless to refuse them my cooperation. But what of you, my friends? Why are you come to Labyrinthos? Fascinating. This is indeed a most fortuitous opportunity. I should be honored to accept thine invitation.
Yes.
How long hath it been, I wonder, when last our actions were not impelled by fate or desperation?
Aye. Though I cherish the Scion's accomplishments, 'tis pleasant to not have the weight of the world upon our shoulders for a change.
Counting Estinian, we number 5 now, yes? Without knowing what traps or perils await unwary feet, we may be wise to refrain from recruiting others.
I agree. Between us, we should have the skills to handle whatever situation may arise. Shall we be on our way?
What, no time to spare a word for the grizzled old bard?
All is well, I trust?
A wasted trip, I'm afraid. I'd hoped to catch up with a former mentor while you parleyed with the rabbits, but it seems our paths were not to cross.
What was your pilgrimage?
Having an astrologian beside you on the road is surprisingly convenient. And it doesn't hurt that he's making strides with his light-hearted banter. In any case, as we made our way around Ilzabard, we saw that much of the continent was in various stages of chaos. A certain amount of disorder is to be expected. The final days are over, and the people no longer have a common threat binding them together. That's the thing with these fledgling troubles, eh? You need to keep an eye out, lest they mature into full-grown headaches. So, for what reason have so many esteemed personages seemed fit to gather? Beneath the waters of the Bounty, you say? I see you've already stolen away my traveling partner with the promise of unexplored ruins and scholarly glory.
Nay, 'tis not for mine own indulgence, but rather the fulfillment of my commitment to the Loporrits.
Ah, of course. And if you have Estinian rounding out your group, you'll likely have all the members you need.
Feeling left out? I could put in a good word for you, if you like.
We may have been released from our obligations, but I'll never be free of that merciless wit of yours, will I? In all seriousness, 'tis best I sit this one out. Too many former scions consorting with one another might be seen as a cause for concern in certain quarters. I'll return to my usual reconnaissance and scout out the situation in the Far East. Feel free to share if you come across any interesting revelations. Till we meet again.
Shall we also hasten our departure? Sir Estinian will wonder what hath become of us.
Ymir says, I still think they're dating, Thancred and Urianger, and Lemon agrees. Shadowbringers rates are him and Thancred taking a road trip with Reen and her girlfriend. Oh yeah, I remember that's a funny way to describe it. I feel like there's a bunch of things in the story where they like suggest enough that you could make the connection that some some pairs of characters are like couples in a way, but not so much that it rules out the possibility that they're not. So that, you know, that satisfies both the people that would rather not that those are, you know, together, and also satisfies those that kind of want it enough that everyone's happy without making anyone angry. Which I think is fair. I've heard a lot of people suggest things like, oh, well, the way that Graha acts towards the player character also makes him a potential love interest for the main character, but they can't make that more than, oh, he's just being really friendly, because what if the player character's not into that, right? If the player isn't actually into that, then that might be a little bit of a problem. Ymir says, like, Ishtola and the cat guy. Yeah, true. A little bit like that. Runa, indeed. Gelano's here. I sent you to recruit Graha and you return with an entire survey party. I hope Matsia's boat is sturdy enough to carry us all. What he means is, we are grateful for the use of one of your precious fishing vessels. We are more than glad for the chance to provide it. I ask only that you take care to steer clear of the reefs and the shallows there. Aye, we will keep an eye out. I will, however, not look at you while I say that. Hey, Asian. How are you doing? Alsdal the Third. I confess I am somewhat embarrassed that the tale of his journey to another world escaped my notice. It would be more than simple folklore. And what of the treasure he supposedly brought back? This undersea vault may hold relics from another reflection. My friends, we should temper our expectations. The map doth promise ruins, but beyond that, we know not what we will find. Not until we find it, aye. So let us dispense with the conjecture and set sail for the vault. Such serious music. Alzadal's Legacy now available. As in says, Lalafell Warriors of Light always seem so goofy to me. They are kinda goofy. And Alzadal's Legacy has now been unlocked. Except you cannot enter. You must be this tall to enter. Right. Just to reiterate, if there's anyone in the chat that wants to join for Alzadal's Legacy, this is the time where you should start to make your way to Alpha Light so that you can come along. Yeah, and Ymir did call it. In the meantime, I will have to figure out... oh look! What a cute Lalafell. What another cute Lalafell. Goading Way. Do they know me? Yeah, Lalafell recognizes a Lalafell. Oh, another Lalafell! Hey! Yeah, I have heard that a lot of players have noticed, especially Lalafell players, say that it's almost like there's like an unspoken Lalafell community where they just acknowledge each other in some way. Right, so if we're looking to boost our item level the most effectively, we should go for the pieces that need help the most, and not the pieces that we need, like, that would be most effective for an upgrade. So what we're going to do is we check the price of a Daijoka's Ring of Slaying. Huh. Well, we're certainly not buying it here. That is over twice the price we can get away with. We'll need 2 rings anyway, so we'll get 2 of those, and then a bracelet, I think. Do you think that will be enough? I imagine that would be enough. Right, so for the bracelet, I'll have to disband the party to do some world hopping, but I'll reconstruct the party once we have that in order. Limsa's fine. We need to go to Shiva Light for the bracelet, and then we actually need to go to Ragnarok on Chaos for the ring. So we'll have to log out and everything. So get that done. I think we can get away. I'm moving away because I don't even want to figure out whether they're playing copyrighted music. I don't even want to figure it out, because once I know, it might be a little too late. Wham! Oh wow, that was actually really effective. I can't remember if we need to be at our home world before doing data center travel. So I'll just to save myself the time in case it has to be like that, I'll just hop home first. Yeah, Hazian says, I remember when I was doing the MSQ and I got messed up by the item level requirement of the End Singer. How? So I had to awkwardly ditch everyone and go back and pick up some gear from Market Ball. That is only possible, I'm pretty sure, if you didn't pick up the free job gear that you're offered after doing the level 89 trial. I'm pretty sure. So I'm pretty sure that wouldn't have been a problem in that case. But I also know that a lot of players don't actually realize that you have to go and talk with that NPC to get the outfit. I also know people miss it in Shadowbringers, because you have to talk with an NPC and he goes, you can get gear from me, but you have to read it and then talk with him. Where in every single other expansion, you get it from your job quest and they just hand it to you, so you can't possibly miss it. Maya says, so many cat people in Final Fantasy XIV, my aura feeling minority. Well, I believe aura is the second most popular race in the game. How did we land in Gridania? How did that happen? What? How? What? I think it's a case of people are like clicking through a little bit fast. How did we land in Gridania? Oh, it's your first... I didn't know that was the reason. Every time I've done data center travel on my main, I've done it from Limsa, but that does make sense. There we go. Problem solved. You always end up in Limsa. Well, there you go. I'm saying with Limsa is because my main, I usually do it... The reason I do it from Limsa is because of the 3 main cities, it is the one where you can, like, you can just walk, like, just down the street and there's a market board. That is why everyone travels to Limsa Lominsa for, like, market reasons. Is because it's so close. But it's not worth it if you then have to go, right? Like you have to go from where your first city and then over. But if you're just like doing market stuff, the best one is Limsa, which means people congregate in Limsa Lominsa, which means there's a lot of people in Limsa Lominsa, which makes it a little overwhelming for some players, as you say. Yeah, it's the main reason why people miss that there is that that gear set to get is because it's like I don't believe the NPC has like a special icon over their head or anything to indicate you need to talk with this person, and they don't like walk you through it. Not in Shadowbringers or Endwalker. They just go, oh, talk with me if you want gear later, and then that's it. And either you do or you don't. Which makes it terribly easy to miss. I had a friend in my free company that got to the End Singer fight, or was about to get to the End Singer fight, and I asked him, like, you do know that there's a free gear set that matches, right? Because he was complaining that his outfit didn't work that well, it didn't look very epic. I was like, you should just get the job set. He was like, the what? The what now? And then he had to awkwardly shuffle over. Oh, you're still in the group. I should have maybe had disbanded the group instead of just leaving it. And you're in Thadnir. So someone died. Yeah, it just says merchant, exactly. I'll just fly over again. Waiting by the portal. We'll fly over. I'll levitate awkwardly over. Now the big question is, how long will we be able to get by with just this? I have the whale on my main. And apparently you buy that once for all of your characters. And that appears to be the case with most mounts. Because I also have this one. We normally use the mount roulette to like mix it up a bit, but since we've had people hanging out recently, I found it more fitting to use like a multi-seater mount so people can tag along if they like. I'll need you to either disband the group or invite me into it. Is there anyone else that wants to come along for the dungeon? In the chat? All you need is, well, you need to have unlocked this dungeon and then have an EU character. Then you can join. You just have to come here. Do not have the car. I have it on my main. I've used the magic school bus for treasure hunts with the free company and things like that. It's very convenient that you have eight seats, so you can just like, oh, the map is over here, and then you just have everyone log into the bus, and then you go. It's very nice. I'm going to guess from the quiet that people don't want to come along. And that is okay. The only purchase was that one. That is also very nice. The Ruby Carbuncle mount I got because I won a contest in the free company I was in. I believe I won it by default, though. Which is pretty funny, because that's not the only time. Like, my main has like a zoo horn from a contest of baking coffee biscuits. I was the only one that actually baked coffee biscuits at all, so I won. And then there was this contest of looking for, like, this person had gone out of their way to make like this whole treasure hunt where they had a whole list of like pictures around the world in Final Fantasy XIV back in Shadowbringers. And what you needed to do was, like, you had this questionnaire with all the questions where you had to say what zone is it and approximate location. And depending on how many things you got right, you would of course be ranked as such. But they had both like a low level section, which mostly included like a Realm Reborn areas. Yeah, a little bit like Final Fantasy XIV GeoGuessr. And like there was a low level version where mostly like a Realm Reborn areas, so most could participate, and then there was like a high level version where anything goes, so like also Shadowbringers locations were included. And I believe I was the only person who both bothered to do the whole thing in the high level version and also bothered to actually fill in the questionnaire itself. Like, a lot of people sat down and tried to do the ones that they could and then just kinda gave up and left it when they couldn't finish it. Gilano says, have you done the puzzle quests with secret locations to find? I have finished at least one of them, but I did not do it legitimately. I tried to do the one in Charlian, and I did get pretty far, but I ended up like getting hints from outside the game, so I don't count that as a win. So that's why I say probably no. But they're very interesting. The greatest story never told, starting in Western Fenland. I believe my main has that quest. I'm pretty sure I have that quest. Yeah, those coffee biscuits are really good. It's just, it's time consuming to make them, especially the first time, because you have to learn some of the weirdness that you personally run into. Like, every time I've made them, there was something. So, but it's difficult to explain. It's usually like something you forget, or something you get a little bit too much of something, or too little of something else. Right. Well, this is what we're going with. But yeah, it was exactly, it was like Final Fantasy XIV GeoGuessr. I'm pretty sure that we did it before. Ymir says I can commend someone. Indeed. It was that, and I do believe it predated the whole GeoGuessr craze. I don't know if it predated GeoGuessr, the website, the concept, but it certainly predated the Final Fantasy XIV GeoGuessr, which, by the way, I'm okay at. We played with that a little bit on the Discord, I remember. But it's like every single location is like, in the GeoGuessr thing, it's like either it's totally obvious what it is, or it's like, it's often like, it could be one of two things, and that's not optimal. With the one that the person made in that contest, they had chosen like specific locations. I remember a specific one that I had surprising amounts of trouble finding was in Armorot. Like it was the big building where you talk with Emmett. But because it had been so long, I wasn't sure which one of the buildings it was. And the angle the picture was taken from, then it made it really hard to find it. Oh, we have another Lalafell. That is a surprising mix of jobs. Or not mix of jobs, a mix of races. 2 Ellison and 2 Lalafells. Not that the Lalafell is not unpopular. So many cooldowns to spend. My goodness. It takes the whole fight to use all of these cooldowns. Well, almost. Yeah, admittedly, my damage is not going to be the most impressive with my just barely high enough item level to enter kind of situation. But I feel like this is a good way to do it. Like, we've bought 3 crafted pieces to try. Like, we've bought the 3 pieces that would help our item level the most. And then we'll see how far we can get before we need to buy more. I think that is like an interesting way to experiment with this. So many Wormwind thrusts. Uh-oh. That one makes it a little awkward when, like, if you're a tank that likes to use stuns, that one is really scary if your healer is a white mage, because you can't stun it. You can't stun it because the white mage has been doing the stunning. Nothing wrong with it. This is something that I talk about sometimes, that specifically white mage having the built-in stuns is both a good thing and a bad thing, because the good thing is you get the stuns, you wouldn't otherwise. And the bad thing is that it also kind of means that you cannot use your stuns in a strategic way should you happen to desire to do that. Like, it is completely off the table. That is an interesting way to get to that position, Ambujam. I'm not happy with that. Uh-oh. Ooh, ooh. Oh boy. That was close. That was really close. That is, of course, planned, as they say. Oh, big wave. I'll use Feint for that. Really hard to get the positionals as the boss spins around like that because of it moving to the center. And there's nothing anyone can do about it. Ugh. This is the most wasteful set of cooldowns ever. I shouldn't have done that. I'm like, oh right, my 2-minute burst. And then the boss dies. The battle litany just going to waste. Exactly, Lemon. If you're playing a role that doesn't have positionals in a huge way, like for example, if you play even if you play something like Reaper where you only have positionals occasionally, you can get away with, like, you can just use True North whenever you have a significant amount of positionals, and then it doesn't really matter. And the alternative for a job like Dragoon, like, yeah, you don't need to worry about positionals now while Dragon's Sight is active, because it now comes with a built-in True North for reasons. But it's still annoying to lose that damage. Like, you want to do it right, but you can't always do that. I can't remember, what job do you normally play, Lemon? Please! My Chaos Thrust! My Fang and Claw and Weeding Thrust! Indeed, exactly. That is actually a good point. When you're doing the Chaotic Spring sequence, you have 3 positionals in quick succession. That is possibly the biggest amount of positionals that any job gets nowadays. In quick succession. Dancer or Summoner? Oh yeah, those have no positionals. All the buttons. It is really, like, I don't normally play, like, I get my weekly fill of Dragoon on these streams, so I don't really play Dragoon like normally, and the sheer amount of OGCDs that we work with here in the burst is it's a little ridiculous. Like, it feels like from the start to finish of a pull, it feels like I'm just doing 2 like double weaves and double weaves and double weaves and double weaves and double weaves. It's crazy. I can totally see the appeal of it. Second boss. I just realized I did all that without my disembowel buff up. The pain. Uh-oh. Oof, even. The damage! My sweet, sweet damage. My Star Diver didn't do maximum damage. The pain of lost damage. It's worse than the pain of lost poetics somehow. So many cooldowns. Oh, there's a life surge. Nice. Oh, right. This is the one where we need to spread out, yeah? Oh, dear. Oh, dear. That worked out. This really underlines how much damage I'm doing, because normally I feel like this is when the part, like the fight is about to like resolve and finish, and the boss has 15% health left. Do I keep forgetting to use Dragonfire Dive in the 2-minute burst? What's happening? I feel like most of the time when I have the odd minute burst, I have Dragonfire Dive for some reason. Did the fight end during your No Mercy, Ymir? Is that what's happening here? And here we have, introducing, many cooldowns handle it. I messed that up completely. Somehow I mixed up. I thought I had pressed the GCD and I just hadn't, so I just used Stardiver with a fully, completely ready GCD, and then I realized, oh, right. Don't do that. After I'd already done it. This upcoming boss is really fun. It's just if you're a job that does not like to get interrupted in the middle of its rotation, it's not so fun. You know, most jobs. If you're most jobs in Final Fantasy XIV, then this upcoming boss is not the most fun because it interrupts your rotation. Oh, you're a job in Final Fantasy XIV that doesn't like to get your rotation interrupted? What a surprise! Exactly. It is actually because of how how many jobs are like they just work really well on rails all the time. It has become like most jobs. Like what jobs don't mind getting interrupted? It's like Warrior doesn't mind that much. I guess Paladin doesn't mind that much as long as it's not in their burst. Same with Warrior, really. Healers don't mind that much. Summoner can get away with it, it just doesn't like it if you do it during Bahamut or Phoenix. Things like that. Yeah, Reaper can actually also get pretty far. If you're trying to do maximum damage, that's a different story, but a lot of jobs really don't want to get interrupted. This is actually a great example of a boss fight where you need to like use all of your cooldowns extremely quickly. Like if you've ever seen any of those openers where they just front load everything and use cooldowns weirdly early, this is why. Like look at this. My cooldowns are just barely managing to finish, but I still have Life of the Dragon, right? Like this is an excellent example of why there exists like fast openers. Hazian says, are there any jobs you recommend avoiding if you're unable to double weave due to ping? Machinist. Monk might be difficult, but you might be able to, like, if you can single weave, then Monk might still be doable. But Machinist is like an immediate no-go. Because what's going to happen is, like, if you're having trouble double weaving, then you're probably simultaneously going to be completely incapable. I completely messed up and didn't get my Life of the Dragon right. And I'll get double Life of the Dragon then, I guess, later, if the fight lasts that long. But yeah, the hypercharge window is just too demanding, and if you want to do the burst like the Machinist burst, a lot of jobs that have a lot of double weaves in their big like 2-minute burst sequences, they have ways to like spread it out. Like even a job like Gunbreaker, you can like spread out your weaves so that it is like passable. It's not perfect, but you can make like a passable single weave only no mercy window, because you have a lot of weaves that you want to do, but you can get most of them with single weaves. It's just going to be it's a little worse than being done with double weaves, of course, but it's passable. Meanwhile, Machinist just has too much, far too much to make it work, in my opinion. Other jobs, I would say Dark Knight might also be really, really rough. Again, if you want to play it perfectly. Like if you're not trying to like do parsing and you don't mind that much, that all of your burst doesn't land inside cooldowns, then like Dark Knight you can just like single weave for like 20 GCDs and it'll be fine, right? You can still do it. It's possible, but it's never going to be perfect, I don't think. In my opinion. I think all healers can be done. I think Warrior and Paladin are perfectly like capable. Paladin can easily like piecemeal out Expiation, Circle of Scorn, two intervenes. Like easily you can manage those. For mages, Summoner you can play, Black Mage you probably definitely can play, although some of the more incredibly insane transpose lines might be very hard to perform. Red Mage I think you can do as well, although there I think the trick here is that because you have like 3 seconds to weave your double weaves after your 2 casts, well, you have at least have a proper double weave at the very least. You might be able to double weave the Flesh Contra 6, and if you can't, you can just like split them up, and it's fine. Like I think all mages are viable. Ranged physical, I think Bard might be tough, but again, you can probably do pretty good just single weaving a lot. Dancer? I think Dancer might actually be, like, if you're having problems double weaving, then I have a feeling that your latency might impact your ability to do standard step and technical step in the minimum time required. Because it's like a single second GCD for each dance move. And that also applies to ninja. You probably can't do the ninjutsus very well with latency. So dancer and ninja and machinist are probably off the table. If you cannot double weave, then I would say don't play machinist, don't play dancer, and don't play ninja. Most other jobs are functional. I wouldn't recommend monk or dark knight. Bard might also be really hard, but most everything else should be doable in like kind of decent. And you might have to like freestyle your rotations a little bit. Like for instance, with Gunbreaker, you would need to, you know, if you're doing any continuation combo stuff, you need to like only do that. I forgot there would be a cutscene here. I'll just wait until they've said their first thing so that I don't talk over the voiceover.
What have we here?
But yeah, Haitian, machinist, ninja, dancer. Those are the like alarm bells. Don't recommend those. You can like if you're not playing Savage. If you're not playing Savage, then of course it doesn't matter, but you said without clipping the GCD. If you're not playing to pass, then I think Machinist you could make work with like a more freestylish rotation instead of so the specific thing that you would have to optimize around to actually make this work is every time you weave hypercharge. Every time you weave hypercharge, you need to have over like you have to like weave Gauss round, GCD, weave ricochet, and then GCD, weave hypercharge, such that the cooldowns on both Gauss round and ricochet are like over 15 seconds, and you have 0 charges left, so that you can just use Heat Blast 5 times, and somehow Gauss round and ricochet are not fully recharged. You could make that work. Asian says, what's the problem with Dancer again? So, your dance moves, the 4 dance moves that you use for standard step and technical step, they have a GCD of 1 second, but as they are technically actions, they have an animation lock. And your animation lock is half a second plus 2 times your latency. For most actions, I don't know if it's shorter for dance moves. If they are, that is more manageable, but if they're not, then your 250 ms would mean that at best you will be able to perform the dance moves on the dot, precisely when they need to happen. Barely. But if you have even the slightest like wavering in your connection, then you're going to basically clip the GCD, as you said. And that's also a thing. You might you will have if you have to double check whether you did the step or not because of latency, that will cost you even more time. As Lemon says, either it will cost you a step, and that is brutal on your damage, or it will cost you an extra second, which is also painful. It is similar to the ninjutsu stuff. Like with the ninjutsus, it's like half a second. Like it's so precise that if you have much more than no latency, ninja is going to be affected. It's not perfect.
'Tis not unlike a Hunnish alchemical furnace in design.
Well, there is one way we might find out.
Thank you for joining for the dungeon, by the way.
You mustn't touch it.
Thank you for joining for the dungeon, by the way, Emia and Gilano. I really appreciate it.
Vritra! Oh, my apologies. Should I continue calling you Varshan?
You may address me as you wish. My nature is no longer a secret. Still, this is not a setting I imagined for our union. Surely you've not entered these ruins as common looters.
Thank you for checking in, Emir, and thank you for joining the dungeon.
Would that we could deny your accusations, but I fear you're not far from the truth.
Great Vritra, might we beseech thee to explain the nature of this strange contrivance?
It was crafted by our alchemists at my behest, for the purpose of sealing something away.
I wasn't going to touch it, but you know we stole her.
You and I will speak later.
Not the time for frivolity, my friend. Not the time.
Of course it's time.
This something of which thou speakest, might it be some manner of threat?
Perhaps I should simply show you. I have lifted the seal, if only for the moment, by an authority only I possess.
A planar fissure?
No, my friend. Small though it may be, this is a functioning gate into the void.
Surprise! Asian says, I double checked my ping and it's not as egregious, it's more only 215. Yeah, that does sound like a cutoff where it would be next to impossible to double weave without clipping. Probably is impossible. So I understand. In that case, that also sounds like a point where you wouldn't be capable of weaving anything during like the hypercharge window for machinist. In fact, now that you mention it, you wouldn't on 200 ms you wouldn't be able to weave anything in the Reapers in Shroud either. Not in between like the you wouldn't be able to use the Lemurius slices. So Reaper might also be a problem, which is really silly because Reaper's like one of those jobs that hardly weave anything. It's just that in the specific time where it's at its highest pace, it's too fast. Again, you could just go whatever. You could also freestyle it a bit. You could also freestyle it a bit and make it work. It would not be optimal. But what you could do, for example, is like when you're doing an Enshroud, that is the time where you extend your Death's Design. Like you do two slices, and then you do Shadow of Death so that you have a moment, like a longer GCD, so that you can weave Lemur's Slice, and then you do 2 slices again, and then you extend Death's Design again. That would be too much in many cases if you do it every time you do Enshroud, but like you do it every now and then you do a Lemur's Slice again, and then you do Communio. And then other times you would just have to do, you know, 2 slices, well, 2 of the short GCDs, and then a Lemur's Slice, and then just have it clip. Like, it's probably still better than not using it, right? But like, if you wanted to play Reaper, I think it could be done. It would just not be perfect on 200 MS. Simply because you can't really single weave properly. Void gates and fissures are wait, just a moment. Element says, my internet is working well enough now that I was able to do main scenario roulette for Poetics, and I might have hit level 70 about that. Reaper time! Speaking of which. And Gelano says, for those who don't know, Alzadal is a reference to a zone in Final Fantasy XI, and the underwater ruins part especially is very close to it. Oh, nice. Asian says, how bad is Dragoon? Well... let me check something. So for just the opener, as an example, you have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Like 11 weaves. So that would mean like normally, like the way I do it is that I do True Thrust, Disembowel, and then I do both Lance Charge and Dragon Sight. You would have to postpone Dragon Sight 1 later. And then you do Celtic Spring, and then Battle Litany, except you do Dragon Sight then, which means you do Battle Litany 1 later. And then you have Wheeling Thrust, where you're then doing Battle Litany. Like, it would push along heavily. It can be done. You would probably have a pretty interesting time figuring out the precise order of cooldowns to use, but it could be done. Dragoon isn't crucially dependent on getting everything in double weaves. It's more that Dragoon has so many OGCDs that it wants to use, that if you want to burst correctly, then so the common like burst window, like the opener burst window with raid buffs, or the 2-minute burst window with raid buffs, tends to take 15 seconds. Like most raid buffs last 15 seconds or more. But because it like is usually 15 or more, most burst windows are considered to be 15 seconds. And 15 seconds means you have 6 opportunities to weave. And if you only have 6, then it means you will only get to fit 6 things. And Dragoon has, like, when you get the Light of the Dragon in the 2-minute burst, you add, like, Stardiver and 2 extra things on top of that with the Nastrons. So that means you have, like, 14 weaves. So even with double weaving, you wouldn't be able to consistently fit everything necessarily. You might not. You might maybe. So I would say it would be hard to do it perfectly. But the question is, Hazian, are you planning to Savage Raid? Are you planning to try and pass? Or is it more like you just play a little bit of casual? Maybe you do some extremes every now and then. Maybe you join a party finder for a Savage. Or are you like in a static? Void gates and fissures are much the same thing in practice, in the sense that both allow passage between the source and the 13th. The difference in terminology refers to the circumstances of their creation. A fissure is an incidental tear in the fabric between worlds, whereas a void gate is the product of deliberate action. I suspect this is the latter, judging by the elaborate mechanism put in place to control it. To think that our search for material riches would lead to this priceless discovery, that swirling emptiness, it puts me in mind of old friends, not to mention old foes. You'd want to get into Savage sometime soon. Then if you want to get into Savage and you want... So the thing is, wanting to get into Savage doesn't mean you have to play perfectly. It depends on, are you going into Party Finder, in which case being able to play, like, pretty decently is a little important. If you're going with, like, a static, especially one where you know the people already, so you know whether they're really hardcore or not, you can go with what you like based on what, like, how much they expect of you. Like, if it's a super casual group, then, I mean, you could play what you like, and then you would have to, like, deal with it when you run into potential trouble. But if you want to get into Savage just in general, then Dragoon might not be super great, simply because of the amount of weaves that it has, but it would be functional. Like, you could do it if you really want to play Dragoon. Like, if you really enjoy Dragoon, you could make it work, yes.
I must admit, I am deathly curious to know how a void gate came to be hidden in the depths of these ruins.
To tell that tale, we must first peer far to the south, and even further into memory. An age 5 millennia passed when the Algan Empire sent an invading force to the shores of Merasidia. The southern people rallied around the commanding figures of Bahamut and Tiamat and fought fiercely to repel the would-be conquerors. With Bahamut's defeat, however, the tide turned against them. Desperate to seize any advantage, the Mercidians resorted to summoning primal entities. In response, Emperor Zande forged a covenant with the Cloud of Darkness, sovereign among the all-devouring denizens of the Void. Thus bolstered by icons on one side and Voidsent on the other, the two armies clashed in a battle of unspeakable carnage. So much death, so much loss.
I consider myself well versed in that period of history, yet you speak as one who witnessed it happen.
Indeed, I did. I heard Tiamat's roar of defiance and sped toward that war-torn land. Along with my sibling, Ashdaya. We dragons are not male or female as men are wont to classify, but elder sister is the closest a mortal tongue can come to describing what she meant to me. I was the last of our brood to hatch, and Ashdaya cared for me where my sire could not. Thus I was with her when Tiamat roared. I was with her when she journeyed south, and I was with her when she fought against the Void-sent hordes. Yet no matter how many of their vile fiends we cast down, more rose from the abyss to take their place. Faced with an unwinnable war of attrition, Ashdaya risked her all on a final gamble. She plunged through the Void Gate itself to strike at the root of their strength. I tried to follow in her wake, determined to lend what aid I could. But even as I came upon Alag's glittering tower, I saw the rift close behind her. And Ashdaya has been lost to us ever since.
I find I must retract my earlier claim of historical knowledge. Nowhere in the Crystal Tower's archives did I see mention of such noble sacrifice.
That does not surprise me. To Allagan eyes, it must have seemed as if a lone dragon, driven to madness, simply dove through the gate and did not return. For my part, I spent long years searching for the means to reunite with Ashdaya. Until I could search no more. Until Allag was dust, and the arts to open a void gate large enough to accommodate a dragon forever lost.
Yet you have the beginnings of a gate right here, under the control of a harnessed device.
My discovery came before Radzat Han was founded. Though I scoured the lands for a method to cross the rift, it was beneath the sea that I chanced to find a natural planar fissure. It was, however, far too narrow to admit a worm's bulk. Only after our city rose upon the rock, and I could enlist the aid of our talented alchemists, did matters take a favorable turn. Their dedication was beyond reproach. Tirelessly they worked to expand the fissure, and after decades of toil, it finally grew to a size that a child might pass through.
Not long ago, you told us that you called out to your kin, that Ashdaya's answer was silence. I suspect the conclusion to your tale is not a joyful one.
With hope in my heart, I used a simulacrum to cross the threshold. But no, I did not find her. What I found was a host of void scent, clamoring around the opening they had sensed. 'Twas but a moment, but enough. I had no choice but to retreat and allow the portal to contract once more.
The gate was a threat to your people. You had to decide between endangering Radzat Han and abandoning your sister. And you chose the latter.
'Twas not that thy sibling scorned thy call. 'Twas that she was trapped beyond a barrier through which neither roar nor dragon may pass. Even now, in the desolate world of the 13th.
I can scarce imagine your pain, yet it was wise not to linger in that place. Too long a sojourn, and even a being of your power risks being warped into a creature of the void. You've seen this phenomenon before, when we stepped into the darkness.
I remember when Nero turned purple.
Turned purple? Well, yes. His wounds had allowed the void's corruption to enter his body and twist his ether. Had it been allowed to progress much longer, I presume he would have been fully transformed.
Then there is little hope for Ashdaya.
Ah, no. I hadn't meant to. I speak only of possibilities. The scales of the first brood are extraordinarily resistant to ethereal fluctuations. They are the protective talisman's core components after all, and even the corruption I described would struggle to overcome. Of course. With the warding scale in one's possession, one could conceivably survive a stay in the 13th without being warped by its energies.
Be that as it may, it is too late to rescue my sister. 5,000 years too late. And now countless others look to me for guidance and protection. So when I sensed intruders in the ruins, I came only to ensure that the gate remained closed. That, and to secure the treasure, of course. I wish only to forget the rest.
Quest accepted. Yeah, Hazian, you can, like, if you want to play a specific job in Savage, it might be doable, but with 200 MS, there are certainly some jobs that might be out of your reach. What, like, you asked about Dragoon, which job would you like to play Savage with the most? So they managed not only to expand the fissure, but also manipulate it as one might a gate. Astonishing. Is there any chance I could learn more of how this feat was accomplished? I will tell you what I can. First, however, I must return to the High Crucible and arrange to replace the Guardians you so handily destroyed. It will not do to leave the gate undefended. Ah, my apologies. We were perhaps a touch zealous in our rush to uncover the vault's secrets. If the constructs can be repaired, we would be happy to offer our assistance. That will not be necessary. Much as I retain spare vessels for myself, we keep duplicate Guardians on hand for such eventualities. In any case, we should return to Razatan. Alright. I think it's just as effective to just run. Oh, Yelana's doing some weaving. And that is also an interesting detail with Alzadal, Yelana. I think it's always interesting when Final Fantasy XIV employs some reference to a different Final Fantasy game, and then you realize that not only did they reuse the name, they actually did something similar to the origin of the name. I promise we will discuss the Void Gate further, but first I must attend to the matter of the Vault's sentinels. As your instruments have no doubt informed you, the Capicolo has been reduced to so much scrap. Please bring a new one out of storage, and see that it is conveyed to its post along with some few lesser constructs. Was it tomb robbers? Fiends born of the Tower of Zot? By the sisters, do not tell me a blasphemy yet roams free. Oops. Why such guilty faces? Sure, it isn't you who are responsible for this. Oh. Well, the details aren't important. I shall see it done immediately. Oops. And with that, the vault will soon be secured once more. Now, I believe you had questions. Quite a few, in fact, but I'd like to begin with the gate itself. It is still functional, yes? Indeed, which is why I saw it sealed with an alchemically forged lock and warded it with my magics. Such power must not fall into the wrong hands. In truth, the primary reason for the vault's construction was to keep the gate hidden from the outside world. So much effort for such a little door. That little door you speak of leads to an abyss teeming with unspeakable horrors. That said, in its current state, it would admit only the lowliest of voidsent, and from this side, no man would be able to pass through. No man? I should think Alvina would fit, given a firm enough push. Physical size is only one consideration. The true restriction hinges upon the etheric density of the soul in transit. And yet you succeeded in expanding this diminutive portal and sending your simulacrum to the 13th. Thanks to my brilliant alchemists, I should have destroyed the anomaly when I found it, but instead I bade them devise a means to control it. After much experimentation, they accomplished the impossible. A method was conceived by which my magics could manipulate the fissure and transform it into a serviceable gate. But the process has long since been forgotten. Once I had given up searching for Azdaia, there was no need to preserve such esoteric and dangerous knowledge. Thus, as the gate lay dormant, for years uncounted. Our own passage to the 13th was made relatively simple thanks to the Crystal Tower. An ancient mechanism channeled the tower's vast source of energy to open a void gate, one bound to a covenant made with the Cloud of Darkness. Once that sovereign entity was beaten back, however, the covenant was broken and the doorway severed from its connection to the void. Theoretically, it should be possible to reconnect the gate by forging a new pact with another voidsent, but such deals usually end in betrayal and death. In any case, we should attempt to gain an understanding of the Bounty Gate. Mayhap you could resume the search for your sister. As I've already explained, I put those futile hopes to rest centuries ago. My place and my duty is here now. I had meant to ask, what prompted you to search for the vault in the first place? It was all Estinian's idea. I think that's the funny one. We'll have to go with that one. It was all Estinian's idea. As I recall, 'twas you who was chasing tales of undersea ruins. Well, as you have seen, the fabulous wealth from the stories is quite real, if not its rumored origin, but I'm afraid I must assert a prior claim. I've been adding to that trove for years, little by little. But the time has come to spend it, that I might alleviate my people's suffering. Then we have one mind. We had no intention of taking it for ourselves. Isn't that right, my friend? Your Excellency, would you object if I were to conduct a close examination of the gate? I will make no attempt to open it, of course. I owe you and yours a debt that can never be repaid. Whatever boon you ask of me, you shall have it. Hesian says, "Isn't that right, my friend?" I'm just imagining the Warrior of Light just goes, No, I wanted it. I need to pay for crafted gear. Pentamelts, man. They're expensive. I need my melts. I need the ornate chest piece with 5 materia slots. They tend to cost like 10+ million, and my pockets, you know what I mean? Know what I'm saying? Catch me? Catch what I'm putting down? It would be really funny if there was like a random main quest sometime, like far into the future, where the game is just like, well, there's so much money in circulation in the game that new players can't really buy anything unless we give them some cash. So, here you go. Have 10 mil on the house just for completing a main quest. You guys ain't paying me enough to save the world 4 times over. New servers give you 1 mil for free, that is true. But that has nothing to do with new players needing it. And I also received that because I actually started on Louisoix when it was new, on my main. You are most gracious. I shall take full advantage of your permission. Would that I could join thee in thy study, but the Loporrits will be anxious to receive my report. I beg you my leave of you. And I must be off to Sharlayan as well. Mr. Skryl was eager to speak with you about that request, so please come back to the annex as soon as you are able. Farewell for now. We can discuss my findings once I return. You will not be rid of me so easily. You're right, Hesian. They do hand you 1 million on certain servers. You may now undertake the Chronicles of a New Era quest series, Myths of the Realm. Speak with a fresh-faced student at the Baldessian Annex to accept the first quest. Oh yeah, I remember now. The difficult part in all this will be deciding how best to put these riches to use. Will you lend me your assistance in these deliberations? Of course. Thank you, Caetsu. Caetsu and I are in this together. I will follow her example. Exactly, Hazian. Ah, yes. Alliance raids. The things that totally pop. Well, the new ones do pop quite regularly, fortunately. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Dilano says, what is Smol Caetsu Chaiji? All thick. We love the 13th. It is really cool. The only way to turn with a cape. I sensed the breaching of a gate, but it was not instigated from this side. It was thrown open from the other. I too felt it. A rare occurrence, yes, but such a tiny portal is beneath our notice. There are more pressing matters at hand. An opportunity is upon us, the coming of which we have awaited for nigh on 10,000 years. We dare not let it slip our grasp. Yet we must not underestimate she who bested the cloud of darkness. Even restrained by a covenant, the cloud was no feeble wisp to be dispersed by some flesh and blood mortal. Blah! Let her come. I will drown the world and watch this fleshling gasp for breath in her final moments. Your zeal is admirable, but forget not our cause. Think back on our struggles beneath this sunless sky. Remember why we cede not our will to fight. It's time we set the war in motion and win redemption for our star. Asian says, in before 7.0 is Shadowbringers 2, but Lightbringers. We actually do our job as Warriors of Light. Now that would be funny. However, I'm going to guess that there's a very good chance that the current story beat that we're working with right now in 6.4 is going to be finished in 6.5. I have a pretty strong feeling that that's how it's going to go down, that we're actually finishing this in 6.5. That does, however, mean that we have very little time, if any at all, to start something new for 7.0. On the other hand, one of the things that a lot of players had of issues with Endwalker's leveling story was that because of the expectation, they found it underwhelming that we finished Zodiac so early in the story. But that's because we had knowledge of it. So if they start on a completely new story, like they actually introduce it in the leveling story of 7.0 itself, then people will not have the opportunity to make as many expectations before they get started. And then maybe that's what they're going for. Like they're like keeping their cards close so that we will need to figure out what happens when we come to that. And then they're like just doing this void thing in the meantime. I don't know, but it would surprise me with how far we are with this story that it continues into the next expansion. That would surprise me a lot. Shall we begin? If we are to spend the treasure wisely, then we must first determine which groups would benefit most from monetary assistance. Some of my citizens may find it intimidating to speak with the Satrap directly, so I would ask that you act in my stead. Caetsu, you're to visit Akyali and Jedlimad. Speak with Matsia and his people, and listen to their grievances. Estinian, I bid you do the same at Palaka's stand. I will be conducting my own increase at the Giant Skull grounds. Once you believe you have ascertained the needs of the populace, we can reconvene at Megaluta. But yeah, Smol Caetsu's deity is all thick, and you might be wondering why. The answer to that is when I was making it, I genuinely looked at the names and went, which one would be funniest? And no one asked in A Realm Reborn, no one asked in Heavensward, no one asked in Stormblood, no one asked in Shadowbringers, and it never really came up because your character's deity is completely irrelevant to the story. Like, it never really comes up, as far as I know, ever. And given that, like, it used to give you, like, some elemental resistance and elemental weakness, like you take slightly more damage from one element and slightly less from others, that has completely been removed from the game, so now it's just for fun. And then when we were on the moon, someone asked. And there it is. All thick. Because all thick is all thick. He's not really, but it would be funny if he was, wouldn't it? Could you imagine if all thick was actually, like, really wide? Or like extreme, like unreasonably buff. That would also be pretty funny. Like, you see the builder, he's really built, and then you meet All Thick, and he's actually like the bodybuilder of them all. The true bodybuilder. Ah, Caetsu, I was so glad to see you had returned unharmed. You've finished with the boat then? Anything the village desperately needs? Well, I suppose Kalsal's loss hit us the hardest. I've been trying to find buyers for my fish, but although I sell a few here and there, it's so much more difficult than it was before. Everyone's still struggling to rebuild their lives. For now, we're just banding together as best we can. And if you're curious what Aura Akai's deity is, that is Nalthal, the traders. Because I thought it sounded really interesting that they were traders. Lana says, don't hesitate if you need a flying taxi. Thank you, it's fine. I don't mind rushing back and forth. For now, it's not a big deal, and I think we can manage it. Like, when we finish the MSQ, maybe one of the first things we'll do is unlock all of the, like, flying and all of the zones that we needed. Like, we get to a zone and go, well, we need flying here, and then unlock it. I think that would work, but thank you. Greetings and welcome, traveler. If this is your first visit to there, then you must try my special Amra Lassi. Its refreshing zest cannot be beat. What could such a wonder cost, you wonder? Normally I put part with 3 bottles for the generous price of 19,800 gil, but for you I'm willing to go as low as even 10,000. You'd be practically stealing from me. Stealing? At that price, you're the only thief around here. Still not turning a profit these days. I am not Estinian. Estinian? Who is Estinian? Ugh, you're the one who was with that spear-toting fellow. Well, you can hardly blame a man for trying. The world may no longer be on fire, but we are still sifting through ashes, so to speak. Just to spare me, we might as well have that ugly tower back for the scant few travelers we see these days. I myself barely have the coin to buy at local prices. I tell you, if I didn't charge the odd adventurer a small fortune for afternoon tea, I'd be scavenging for scraps in the street. Oh. He's not there, says, what is this? Are you asking if this is A Realm Reborn? This is Endwalker. This is the post-game story of Endwalker. And that's fair. Thank you for checking in. How fares the port? Well, it's in shambles, isn't it? The trade routes are open once more now that the danger has passed, certainly. Thank you for checking in. Jay's not here. See you later, maybe. But no small number of merchants have had to sell their ships to make ends meet in the short term. And add to that the sailors we lost in the final days, and it's little wonder the flow of exports is no more than a pitiful trickle. If Kalsal and his consortium were still with us, I'm sure he'd have found a way to turn our fortunes around. Now that was the man who got things done. God rest his soul. You've spoken with the key local figures and gained an understanding of the populace's hardships. Shan awaits your report at Megaduta. You know, I think it is an interesting point that they raise here. Kalsal, for those... hey Ryan, how are you doing? Kalsal, if you can't remember, is the merchant guy that was doing the selling for Matsuya. Like, he actually did the exporting, so he bought the fish for a fair price and then sold them to gain a profit. He was like the tall aura you meet in that building, I believe, who wasn't doing super well because he couldn't find anyone to buy anything because of the Tower of Zot. And then when you return from the moon, and you do the dungeon Vanaspati, the final boss, you're not sure who it is, but as the boss dies, it says something to the effect of, I am ruined. And then you figure out later that it was actually Kalsal who was overcome with despair, because basically his final chance to like fix his down spiral of his consortium fell through because the other side found a better offer. Now the thing is that they needed this better offer to like make their ends meet, but I just find it very funny in retrospect that all of the people in Jet Libad are kind of in trouble specifically because they lost Kalsal. They didn't, like, who knows, maybe the people like that, they didn't actually have anything they could help him with, but now he's missing, right? Now it's suddenly a problem that he's not here. But before that, no one had any resources to spare to help him after all he had done for them, right? Interesting. I just find that very interesting. Ah, my advisor's return. I've just made it back myself. Why do you retain this vessel now that your true form is known? You could have flown across the island in a fraction of the time. Be that as it may, the sight of a massive creature descending from the sky can be startling, to say the least, and there are few places I can enter comfortably without risk of flattening some cart or stall. A good point. Fair enough. As for my inquiries, the people of Palakastad were unanimous in their reply. They are surviving. Resources were stretched to the limit when refugees were pouring in, but they persevered with some assistance from Jet Libad. From what I understand, they have always been an independent community, hunters and foragers and the like, and I was assured that the jungle provides for their needs, for the most part. Palakastad has weathered the disaster better than most, it seems. I myself heard good news and bad. The quarrymen were cautiously optimistic, having just sold a full wagon of giant skull to a foreign trader. But such visitors are few and far between. Compared to our best years, the weight of stone leaving Thavnir has been light indeed. Our nation is small and isolated, its prosperity dependent on a steady stream of exports. We must identify any obstacles to the flow of trade, so we may begin working to remove them. Tell me, what did you learn in Akyali and Jetlimard? They're in trouble, mate. They need help, bro. I see. Without a dedicated buyer, the average fisherman must struggle to offload his daily catch. Which is why I believe we should first address the lack of ships and shortage of able-bodied sailors in Jetlimard. I'm reminded of a child I spied as I made my way back to the palace. His father lost at sea when the beasts sunk their vessel. So many variations of the same tragic tale, repeated over and over. So many lives lost. That kid? Enough grief to drown in if we let ourselves be overcome, but we will not. Caetsu, Estinian, I will consider the perspectives you've brought me, and devise a plan to help my people confront this adversity. Now, I would like you to be in attendance when I announce the proposal to my assembled functionaries.
I thank you for your attendance. The riches the Radiant Host have retrieved were hoarded in Al-Zadal's name. A fortune I set aside for a future day of need. And lo, that day hath come. May it aid our wounded city in reclaiming its vibrancy and vigor. In better times, I would leave such a task to our capable Ahawan. God's rest his soul. Finding myself bereft of his counsel in the here and now, I will assume the responsibilities of mine office directly. Firstly, the treasure shall be sold for more convenient currency. Thence, invested into the trading port of Yedlamad. Our merchants must have their operations restored, their ships rebuilt. Commerce must flow once more. None were spared the tragedy of the final days. Of this, I am well aware. But an absence was created by the loss of Karazal's consortium. And by filling it, we provide new means for our fishermen, our artisans, and others to bring their wares to distant markets.
And what of the children who were left without family to care for them?
That is a concern which weigheth heavily upon my mind. A simple gift of coin will soon be exhausted, leaving these young souls adrift on the fringes of our society. Nay, a proper solution is needed, one which doth guarantee their welfare for years to come. Thou hast surely seen how other nations rise to meet this challenge, adventurer. What dost thou deem the wisest course?
Taxes. Levy them on trade profits in exchange for your investment.
I see. We create a reliable source of revenue.
Final Fantasy XIV Government Simulator Edition.
Let us put this idea into practice. A contract shall be written, requiring all who receive of Al-Zadal's treasure to commit a portion of their future earnings towards the running of an orphanage. Now, such an influential policy is deserving of a worthy name.
Why not honor one of your most successful merchants?
A successful merchant? I believe I see thy reasoning. Kalzal should be remembered, not as the blasphemy which terrorized Thavne, but as a hard-working and generous man who brought much wealth to our shores. Do any among you object to this proposition? Many here lost loved ones to the beasts.
In that time of strife, any one of us could have broken. Any one of us may have been taken by despair. When I think of Kalzal, I feel no hatred. Only a stinging regret that we could not save him as well. Isn't that right, men?
This bodes well for that boy. Mirad, was it? Perhaps he can cut ties with that shady peddler.
Then let it be done. Henceforth, this initiative shall be known as the Kalzal Foundation. Nabdeen, thou art to assemble a patrol and ensure that no child in this city liveth in squalor. Clerks, see to the management of our funds and make haste. Our citizens must not suffer a day more than is necessary.
Dragon and man, side by side in pursuit of a brighter morrow. I'm reminded of Ishgard.
Oh, look, money. Orion says Smol Caetsu's necklace almost looks like a tattoo. Does it? Oh, yeah, it does. You know, now that I notice it, okay, that looks a little strange. It's kind of floating. Should we? Now that we're in the subject, we could use this. That'd be better. We can't even see it. You can also use the earring. I just completely forgot about that because often the gear that we actually put on kind of hides any like accessories. Like I only remember it was like part of an outfit that I use anyway. Like my main always has a scarf. It is also glamored on on gear sets where the scarf is completely invisible. She's still wearing it. She's also still wearing her wedding ring, even though it's not visible. It looks like it's kind of floating. Yeah, it is. Also, I will be right back, and then we will continue. good time with the Watcher. Alright, I'm back. I have returned. It me. We still have a few quests left, I think, before we reach 6.2. Hi, back. It me. Thank you for putting forth Khalsal's name. Those whose lives he enriched will take comfort in seeing his legacy honored. You will forgive me for not speaking sooner, but I bear a message from Archon Y'shtola. She asks that you meet her at the High Crucible at your earliest convenience. Understood. Thank you. Y'shtola must have finished her study of the Void Gate. Shall we hear what she has to say, then? I will go with you. It's a dancer. I thought the satrap would be too busy setting up the foundation. My clerks will have been the well-oiled cogs of this administration since before our one assumed the office. They understand what needs to be done. I have people for that. And I am curious to learn what conclusions your Archon has reached concerning the gate's unique construction. As you wish. Allow me to lead the way, Your Excellency, he says, looking at me. You know, after all this time where we've been using just the raincoat outfit on Smol Kai, it is wild how many outfits we've started to wear, hasn't it? We started wearing the winter coat. He's named Floor Warmer. And he's a dragoon. CG says you're humming again. Well, I hum a lot. Is that a bad thing? You mind? It's a floor warmer and it's a dragoon.
Right, here we all are.
You discovered something new.
I took a closer look at that device. I was able to determine how it keeps the Void Gate sealed, but not how it might instead be employed to expand the opening. For that, I would need to reference the technique developed by Vritra's alchemists, no records of which appear to have survived the intervening years.
We know this, so why have you sent for us? Have you learned aught of value or not?
Patience, good sir. One must introduce the subject before launching into specifics. From what we understand, travel between worlds is accomplished by passing through the nebulous rift which exists between them. Picture, if you will, the moment you were called to the first. You touched a focus of some kind to help the Exarch pinpoint your location. His summoning spell then channeled the energies of the Crystal Tower to begin your journey to his world. The magics tore a hole in the wall separating source and shard, and cast you into the intervening nothingness. In that place, the laws of nature hold no sway. Yet even through this realm of temporal and spatial instability, you were borne safely to your destination in the first. The feat that guided you across such an unimaginable distance, both physical and metaphorical, was nothing short of a miracle.
Then what of the many voids found in the source? Who guides them here, and how?
An excellent question. Though there are several methods by which the Void's denizens might intrude upon our world, the rituals of summoning are the most typical. For example, let us consider the Gargoyle, a creature of middling power. To call upon such an entity, the prospective summoner must force open a void gate.
portal lasts but a moment and is relatively small, allowing only an imp or other lesser being to squeeze through with their physical body intact. Our more powerful gargoyle, however, is too large for that. Creating a gate big enough for him would require vast amounts of energy, far beyond the reserves of any one mortal practitioner. Instead, 'tis far more common to bring over only the entity's soul. We had a taste of that ourselves when a certain exarch dragged us to the first. And just as our bodies remained in our world, the Void Sense physical form is left behind in the 13th.
That was a little strange how they replayed that specific action 3 times. Like, it was like, play of the game. Sucks in gargoyle soul.
Once at its destination, the summoned soul is granted a temporary shell to inhabit. In the gargoyle's case, a stone effigy has proven a suitable vessel.
Wait. You said that Voidsent must be called here deliberately by someone in the source, reeled in like a fisherman with his catch.
Exactly. For a being to navigate the chaos of the rift, with or without form, there must needs be a guiding agent on the other side.
When the hordes poured forth from Alag's Great Gate, it was the technologists who drew them through. Though to my knowledge, planar fissures are in essence natural passages between our world and the void, which require no such guidance to traverse. Why is only the boundary between the source and the 13th so fragile? So much so that it often tears open of its own accord.
I believe solving that mystery is key to understanding travel between the source and its reflections.
And how do you intend to get your answers?
The danger is too great.
Perhaps. But what some call danger, others think of as adventure.
Were you not listening to my tale? Never mind that the means to expand the gate has been lost to the ages. Even could you force the portal wide enough, you would be greeted by an army of murderous horrors the very instant you step through.
I assure you I was most attentive, and I agree that to go alone would be certain death. But if I were to bring along one who has already braved the 13th and humbled the cloud of darkness, well, I imagine my chances would be much improved.
So much for taking it easy. Oof.
Since when were you one for the quiet life? Once again, I put my life in your ever-reliable hands. That said, as much as I would like to march straight back to the Void Gate, there is the small matter of being unable to open it without the Satrap's personal authority.
As I've said before, I will grant you and yours any boon you choose to name, provided it does not endanger my people.
You have my word that we will take every precaution. Not a single void scent will be allowed to threaten Radzat-Han, assuming we manage to expand the portal in the first place.
You have a plan.
Actually, I had hoped you might help us with that. I presume the alchemists you retained supplied you with some explanation of their methodology.
That they did. House Daymir was overseeing the project.
Daymir. Ah, yes. The family associated with the great work.
I did not fully comprehend the theory, but their research began with a void scent which had slipped through the fissure. After a thorough examination, they created an arcane simulacrum possessed of similar qualities. A man-made void scent, if you will. It was apparently indispensable in their efforts to enlarge the gate.
A man-made void scent?
Yes. Being great admirers of the Archons, House Daymir submitted detailed notes to Charlene's official committee. They expected praise and accolades for their simulacrum, and were thus devastated to be informed that their work had been classified as prohibited material.
If that's true, then those notes might still be stored in a forbidden archive somewhere. Not Google, of course, since that library had yet to be built. Which leaves us with...
with Graha's favorite place to sneak around?
Indeed. Numenon's restricted stacks may very well hold a copy.
I'm going to ignore what you said and just move on to saying what you meant.
In which case, I say we head directly to Charlene.
Unless you anticipate needing help to reach the high shelves, I see myself being of little use. Go on ahead. I still need to find Mirad and tell him about the Kalzal Foundation.
Let us be on our way as well.
They are resolved to venture into the void. Do I sit idly by?
Not only are they resolved to venture into the void, but their primary motivation is that you said you had a friend there. Essentially, you have your sister. Also, Orion, I thought actually that it was Backstreet Boys that was back. Now that we're on the subject, isn't it? Backstreet's back. All right. Also, you need to have like a lot of practice with dad jokes before you become a dad, so, you know, might as well start early. And he also asks, may the moon guide thee. Are you saying that Orion, are you blessing Orion with the guidance of the god of love? I don't think we'll get to Troya. We might, since it's like almost immediately when 6.2 starts. But I'm not sure. We'll see how far we get. I actually thought it was a little bit into the patch, but it's apparently the first thing. What of it? Hey, well, nothing wrong with giving someone a blessing. But also welcome back, Emir. Gilano says, guys trying to open the gate to hell while I'm waiting outside. Other than that, nothing new. Well, that does sound like a typical Saturday featuring Smol Kai, doesn't it? Also, chicken barbecue salad does sound very nice. The most recent, like the funniest thing I've heard with Backstreet Boys was specifically, I like to watch Game Grumps, and I thought it was the funniest thing that they decided to use Backstreet Boys reunion tour as the code word for COVID. I thought that was so funny. Because at the start of it, there was some things that made it so that things like the YouTube algorithm was trying to like steer people away from from wrong information on it, and the resulting effect was that the YouTube algorithm basically steered people away from any content that as much as mentioned it by name. So a lot of content creators either outright avoided as much as talking about it, or they used like code names for it. And I thought Backstreet Boys reunion tour is the funniest thing ever. Getting tickets meant, you know, getting it. It's so good. It's so funny. If we're to enter Numenon's restricted archive with a minimum of fuss, then we must secure the permission of the forum. First, however, we shall need to enlist the cooperation of a member to broach the matter on our behalf. Who do you think might be inclined to assist us? No one springs to mind? What of Scholarch Monty? What of Scholarch Montichane? That was who I was thinking about, Yustola. He did come to Gra's defense during the inquiry, after all. This settled. Let us head to Phenomenon and see if he's willing to help us once more. Schlo is now accompanying me. Do we have anything on the way? No, then do this and this. Oh look, conversation point. I apprenticed to Master Matoya at the age of 7 and labored under her tutelage for a full decade. Never had the chance to attend the studium. Neither did Thancred, as I recall. Soon after Master Louisoix took him in off the streets, he was put in the care of another Archon. His was a rigorous and practical education in the arts of espionage and survival. I sometimes wonder what my life might have been like had I pursued studies here instead. Should I wonder as well? Oh, never mind me. It was just an idle thought. I want to know what the alternative path is. Is he at the last stand after a day of lectures? Oh, that does sound lovely. Afternoons with friends spent sipping tea and debating theories. Still, I wouldn't give up my time with Master Matoya for the world. The dank caves I studied in was about as far from the bright, airy halls of academia as one could get, but it was a wondrous, magical childhood nonetheless. You want the privilege of becoming an Archon. Imagine having to go to Final Fantasy XIV University for years. Like, you have to log in at a specific time on weekdays to get to your studies. And then you have to remember things and go to exams. Or more precisely, imagine if you lived in the world of Final Fantasy XIV and then became an Archon. That would be pretty wild, wouldn't it? Will you be a teacher there? Would I be a teacher? Could I be a teacher there? Would that be interesting? Could you imagine? Today we're learning about how dragoons work. I would think that I wouldn't mind working as a teacher. There's a reason why many of my videos started with an aesthetic of a classroom. Ah, visitors, and quite esteemed ones at that. What may I do for you? Pray forgive the intrusion, Skolak, but we were hoping you might help us secure permission to enter Numenon's restricted archives. Ho ho! No furtive forays into the stacks this time? Eh? I applaud this newfound sense of propriety, yet in all this wide world of comparative serenity, what so compels you to disturb a vault of forbidden wisdom? Oh, we want to go to the void. Don't worry about it, Monty Jane. Fascinating. I had no idea such a technique existed. I would have been surprised if you had. If my assumption is correct, the research left behind by House Daimir has lain dormant in Sharlayan's archive for many centuries. And if you unearth this research, what then? Surely you don't intend to cross over into the void. Actually, that is, in fact, precisely what we intend. To what end, pray tell? To develop a method of traversing the rift, for one, that I might keep my word to a distant friend. Sentiment aside, I have journeyed to the end of existence. I have heard, felt, and thought endlessly about the truth of our world and the echo of its future. And yet I want to understand everything, to unravel it all down to its very last secret. What scholar worthy of the name wouldn't force open a void gate or two if a grand revelation was the promised reward? Ha 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 ha! Marvelous! An audacious proposal worthy of Master Matoya herself. And after hearing the whys and the wherefores, I, for one, do not believe you would use the knowledge for ill. I see no reason not to present your request for the forum's consideration. Although, your petition would be better received if you also had the support of another well-placed acquaintance. Why, Master Fortuner, of course. He can hardly ignore an earnest request from his dear children's most treasured comrades. I was hesitant to approach him directly, but there's no denying that having Master Fortuner on our side would tip the balance in our favor. Very well, we will pay a visit to the Leveilleur estate and plead our case. One last thing before you go. I would consider it a personal favor if you might share with me the discoveries you make in the void. My appetite for knowledge is every bit as insatiable as yours, I'd wager. So if you could see your way to indulging an old man's curiosity. Of course, Skolak. We'll be sure to pass on any revelations. And then they never did. Maybe they did off screen. Ymir says, I'd be the student who sleeps all day. I would probably do the same track as Tancred. Ymir! Sir, yes sir! I did not see you at camouflage practice earlier today. Thank you, sir! I am a gunbreaker main after all. Fair point. Ah, Mistress Caetsu, Mistress Ishtola, how may I be of service? We've come to speak with Master Fortuner. Is he home by any chance? Yes, the Master is in residence. I shall inform him that he has guests. Well, well, Amelians would invite you inside for tea, but I assume this is not a social visit. You have some matter of import to discuss. Then pray proceed. You have my full attention. We want to go to the void. Can we have permission, yes? We want to read things. forbidden things. Well, I suppose I should praise you for following the proper protocols this time around. Scholar Montaigne expressed much the same sentiment. I assure you, we'll not attempt to circumvent the forum's authority again, unless it is absolutely necessary, of course. Of course. You do understand that the restricted archives are restricted for good reason, yes? If no pressing need exists, then why risk the consequences of employing this forbidden knowledge? To our brother who misses his sister, she was his guardian and his friend, a selfless hero who crossed the rift between worlds to save her homeland from horror and suffering. But the brother has given up on thoughts of reunion. He spends his efforts elsewhere, watching over a people yet healing from the flames of the final days, loyal to his duty while betraying the longing in his heart. How poetic. It is no vital mission, perhaps, reuniting these siblings, but it feels a worthy cause to pursue all the same. As one who feared losing his own loved ones and spent years in research to prevent it, surely you appreciate how painful such a separation must be. Reflections are still very much a mystery to us. Offering to share your experiences in the first should constitute a fair exchange for our cooperation. Do not celebrate just yet. The forum must still be convinced. I will add your request to the list of today's deliberations and deliver the decision to you at the Baldessian Annex. And first on today's order, this family here wishes to have be allowed to walk their dog near the Leveilleur residency. Any objections? No. I call to a vote. I count 51 to 48. That, I suppose that goes. And second, Stola and the Baldessian and the students of Baldessian would like to be allowed to read the the forbidden section of Numenon, because they want to help like one guy. Anyway. So, what did the forum decide? To put it bluntly, Master Matoya has burned some bridges here in Charlian, and salted the earth for good measure. When it became clear that her student was the petitioner in question, well, no few members voiced their discontent. Then the chamber was reminded, in no uncertain terms, I might add, of the incredible debts we owe to you and your companions. That served to silence the grumbles and stiffen a few spines, and it was agreed that allowing your entry to the archives was the least we could do in return. That is wonderful news. Thank you both for speaking on our behalf. Yes, well, as I'm sure you are aware, this permission was not extended lightly. Forbidden knowledge is to be treated with the utmost caution, and there will be repercussions if it is not. I wish you well on your endeavor, and bid you good day. Anyway, bye. Ever the same, that one. Uncompromising, aye, but that very stoicism is exactly what Charlian needed to guide it through not one, but 2 exoduses. Ymir says, I'd love some tea right now. Tea is nice. Now imagine if I had more. This is where I would put my full cup of tea, if I had one. This is where I would put my tea, if I had some. Yeah, Gilano says, I regret not taking more screenshots in the restricted archives. Oh, you only get to go there once? That went rather well, I think. As a child, I dreamed up any number of schemes for getting my hands on those forbidden tomes, and now I can simply walk in through the door. Our focus will be on finding Halsdamia's research notes, of course, but the thought of so much knowledge at my disposal has me feeling a little giddy. I think, Gilano, you would be able to go back in again if you use the New Game Plus feature. And you just go through the patch 6.1, I think that should be available. Just get to this part, and then you should be able to enter again. You will be heading directly to the archives from here, I presume. You presume correctly. Then you'll want to speak with the index page when you arrive. It's been instructed to grant you access to the restricted section. Excellent. Once again, we thank you all for all your help. We thank you for all your help. Oh, it was my pleasure. Believe me, may you find the knowledge you seek. New Game Plus is so long? No, it's not that bad. Shall we? It wouldn't be so bad, because if you mash through all of the cutscenes that you cannot skip, and you skip those that you can skip, like, you don't have to do the dungeon, as far as I know, which would vastly decrease the total amount of time it would take to get to that specific part if you start from 6.1. But I get what you're saying. Very recently, I jumped into the start of the Sage job quest line to check something. I have, through my Sage guides, I have multiple times heard stories of how brutally difficult the tutorial quest for the job is. So I jumped in, and let me put it like this. The boss fight at the end contains an unavoidable AoE that does over 50% of your and the NPC companion's HP. If you're not ready, it's going to be hard. So I went in, and I want to point out, I went in and I limited myself to use as little of the toolkit as possible, because I was like, if I can do this without using like Adderskull at all, then I should be able to instruct someone else to be able to do it. And the reason I went in was specifically because someone had trouble with it and spoke about it on my Sage starter guide. So I went in and wrote them a guide on how to do it. And left the opportunity to spend more resources. Like, I only attacked with like doses, no Eucrasian doses, and I used Phlegma like twice in the entire dungeon. And I pretty much only used Ixoholy once or twice because of the sheer overwhelming amount of damage that AoE did. But everything else I basically just survived on Eucrasian diagnosis, so that I was certain that it was doable by just playing defensively. It is surprisingly hard. Like, brutally so. Lana says, for those interested, there is a yellow side quest here where you can wear the forum dress. It's the only way to see it on your character. Oh, I do think I remember that. To think the set of instructions I laughingly imagined may actually exist, but jumps away from where you found me napping. If I had known of Alzadal's III's exploits sooner, I could well have saved myself days of research. Even a children's book might have pointed me in the right direction. To achieve the impossible, one must needs be flexible of mind and look beyond conventional wisdom. A lesson I had already learned, but clearly not taken to heart. There's a lot of side quests that let you that you're in on lots of interesting information. Archon, Yustola, and guest identified. Do you wish to proceed into the restricted archives? Follow me if you would. Watch your step and please note that the use of naked flames is discouraged. I'm just imagining that SpongeBob meme.
If House Damia's notes are to be found anywhere, it will be here. Let us begin.
Funky music. Today, in a world... Untitled Goldsmith's Journal. Today, in a world not my own, I met the most beautiful void-born creature. She was so unlike her ravenous brethren, eyes blazing not with hunger, but trembling, like a candle's flame, threatening to flicker out at any moment. I wonder if she is even the proper word. Such distinctions seem inconsequential, insignificant even. All that matters is the love I feel for this exquisite, transcendent being. Oh, you're tempted to read more. This does not seem to be the volume you're seeking. The Goldsmith is like a recurring story that appear many places in the game. It's quite interesting. Epiphanies of House Damia. Oh, nice. The following pages detail an advanced method for manipulating rift-spanning apertures as devised by Nuhashan, the 9th patriarch of House Damia. We present these research notes to the faculty of Shaolin's studium as both a token of our friendship and an expression of our boundless admiration. You appear to have located the forbidden volume you seek. You surely will need to make the final confirmation. Does that mean I don't get to read any other stuff? Oh. Oh. Lana says, this is the room Graha is in the Endwalker trailer. That makes sense. I believe that is also why, like, he's caught here in the MSQ at some point. That makes sense. Have something you'd like to show me, do you? My apologies, I flipped open but a single book and was completely absorbed by the contents. A forbidden research log detailing an advanced method for manipulating rift-spanning apertures as devised by Nuhashan, the 9th patriarch of House Damia. I had it in my pocket. Well done, Caetsu. I think you may have found our prize. 2 books randomly checked.
Yes, the ether signature is unmistakable. I've felt the traces of House Damia's resonance many times at the Great Work. Time to see what all the fuss was about. Among the ranks of the Voidsent, there exist entities with the power to call forth their brethren from beyond. The species known as Atomos, however, is uniquely prodigious in this regard. From its distended maw, it can expel an endless procession of void-born creatures. a talent which sorely tested the Radiant Host in its battles against these abominations. Surmising that the entity itself was acting as a void gate, we endeavored to capture a small specimen and subsequently examine its physiological structure. Our findings revealed that the Atomos had absorbed a planar fissure into its own flesh, which it could expand at will into a functioning gate. Upon further analysis, we identified an ethereal wave pattern emitted during this process. A pattern we were able to emulate by passing crystal-stored ether through a specially designed prism. We proceeded to embed said prism into an arcane simulacrum, thus completing what we have dubbed our artificial Atomos. How could I have been so blind to the possibilities? This species, not to mention its ability to summon void scent, has been discussed among academics for years now. Just before the advent of the 7th Umbral Calamity, we received reports of Atomos sightings from every corner of Eorzea. Surely you've at least heard the tales. And still, House Daemir went and built a mock Atomos of their very own. I'm not surprised the Archons consigned their work to a restricted archive. It was no easy task, but at last we've unearthed the volume we've been searching for. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted to stay longer. See what other forbidden titles might be lurking on these shelves? Ah, but that would be abusing the very special privilege we've been granted now, wouldn't it? Better not.
How did Graha get into the Forbidden Archives? This index page is just camping it all this time. Did you just drag the index page? Ymir says, I haven't heard of these tales. What tales? Well, let's see. The 7th Umbral Calamity, as I recall, is the thing that ended Final Fantasy 1.0 and then thusly led to A Realm Reborn. Is that right? I think Gilano might know this slightly better than me. If that is true, then this might be... Oh, you straight up have the outfit, huh? And that means that this could relate to, like, I don't know, a storyline in 1.0. I don't know, like, I know you didn't play 1.0, Gilano, but maybe you have read about this or heard about this. Can you, by the way, can you represent Smol Kai in front of the forum and request that Smol Kai gets to check out the Forbidden Archives on the off chance there is a forbidden spell to summon candy out of thin air? Can you do that? You like, you're dressed for it. You're dressed to the part. Maybe you could fool them. I'm sure they won't notice that there's actually 100 representatives instead of 99. Surely they wouldn't notice. As much as I would love to start crafting the Atomos, I'm afraid this is far outside my field of expertise. Fortunately, we know a Hannish alchemist who would be delighted to involve herself in our House Daimia project. Our business here is concluded. For the moment, please pass on our regards to the forum. Your message will be conveyed. Should you wish to indulge in more forbidden literature, I will be here. Patron mode disabled, security mode engaged. If anyone can help us, Nidana can. I say we return to Thavne and look for her at the Great Work. Milano says, yes, the 7th Umbral Calamity is the end of 1.0. Sorry, I was getting ice cream. Well, that sounds awesome. That is the best way to enjoy a Rewind Replay stream, with ice cream. The canon event. Oh. Where are you going? Oh, thank you. And Nidana's right here. Yeah, I would guess that this thing with Atomos all over the place is a reference to something that maybe happened in 1.0. I don't know. But that would be my guess. Miss Stoller tells me you're pursuing a most fascinating study, and that you want me to be a part of it. I've no doubt you'll be interested. This research log should speak for itself. I brought this forbidden knowledge with me. Will it now? By the sisters, this is the mark of House Daimia. I never even knew such a work existed. Few should. It was sequestered in Numenon's restricted archives, after all. It was, but that means every word within is forbidden knowledge. A forbidden tome filled with forbidden research, and you put it right into my unsuspecting hand? I can hardly wait to read it. That's the spirit. That's the spirit. To think that Daimia were developing such marvelous techniques so long ago, how many innovations have been lost over the centuries, I wonder. Now that you've glanced over the notes, what say you to helping us build a new mock Atomos? I say yes, 1,000 times yes. Work on a Daimia project that had even the redoubtable scholars of Charlie and tremble in their sandals? No alchemists of the Great Work could resist. You're a woman after my own heart. Now I suppose I should ask, what do you mean to do with this big-mouthed simulacrum once we've built it? Oh, we intend to go into the void. So there's a secret void gate, and it's sealed in the ruins at the bottom of the bounty. Today is a day of revelations indeed. If the purpose of our man-made Atomos is to expand this hidden portal, then I will need to see it for myself, I think. Manipulating rift-spanning apertures is not the sort of thing you want to attempt without first taking into account every single factor. Then by all means, accompany us to the vault. I plan to lead us back there shortly, once we've finished gathering the components I require. Charlian's markets provided the raw aquamarine and pure water crystals, but I might need help obtaining a small quantity of astrally infused water. For such a liquid, you need to go no further than the Font of Maya. The ascetics of old once favored the place for their meditations, and the water which pools there now is known to enliven the flow of ether. That sounds perfect. If you would be so kind as to fill a flask at the pool, I will petition Vitra to join us. The idea I have in mind won't amount to much without his authority to command the Void Gate. Shall we be about it then? We meet back here anon. Milano says, in 1.0 void creatures spawned in every part of Eorzea, even in the cities, especially Atomos. Interestingly, the one within the cities was spawned by a GM disguised in the Mikose journalist NPC Kipi Jakia, whose sister we helped during the Evilise storyline. If I remember correctly, wasn't there something about that journalist, like whenever there was a patch or something, like new additions to the game, you could see like news boards in cities, like in major cities, that would list in universe like where stuff's happening. Like there's new additions, you should go here because this journalist is saying what's happening. I think I heard something about that. And speaking of which, that reminds me that I believe Gilano said earlier when we were talking about how Limsa is the yeah, Gilano said, fun fact, in 1.0 Uldar was the Limsa equivalent for the same reason that it was very easy to get to the markets directly from an aetherite. In the end, she was used to create the apocalypse. Oh. That is the mount from Zadnor, right? I don't know how you get it. I'm guessing it's from the Zadnor dungeon. Oh. You can get on the magic school bus if you like. You can also fly over me if you prefer. I'll take the long way. That's fine. It's not that long. This one is from maps? Which one? Oh, the mount. I'm pretty sure there's a boss in the Zadnor raid that looks exactly like it though, isn't there? Right. In Dalriada. Ymir, have you been to Boja? Okay, so the place it drops is in treasure maps. But when you go to Boja, you have to like go through the story, and eventually you'll come to the next thing to progress it is you need to do like a up to 48-man raid. Now I say up to because if you're prepared, it scales and it's technically beatable with like 4 players. It's not easy, but you could probably do it. And once you've done that, you progress a little more, and then you will unlock the thing called the raid called Delubrum Reginae, which is a 24-man raid that you just queue for. The thing is that the Boja one, that one happens after a certain amount of time in a Boja instance. If you've ever been to Eureka, stuff also happens over time in the instance. So you would actually have to go in and wait for the Boja one to happen. I believe it's called Castrum Lacus Latori. And the Delubrum Reginae one is one you just queue for. It also has a Savage version, which I believe is 48 players. And if you beat the Savage version, the only important reward is that it gives you a 4-seat mount that looks exactly like Cerberus from the World of Darkness. It also gives you items that you can use to get gear that makes you stronger in Boja and Zadnor. But that is only significant if you actually enjoy being there. Zadnor then is another zone like Eureka and Boja, and it has its own similar, like after a certain amount of time, raid that appears that is up to 48 players. That one is also beatable with 4 players. In fact, I remember like supremely late in Shadowbringers, if I remember correctly. I had some friends doing it, and they were like an 8-man group, and they managed to do it, so pretty nice. The difficult part is mostly in doing the mechanics. As long as you don't wipe, it is pretty doable, regardless of the number of players you bring. The annoying part is that if you fail, you'll have to wait for it to pop again, which will take a while. And Gilano says, I can't wait to see Smol Kai there. I don't know when we would do that, but I think it would be more like if we can scrounge together enough people in the future that we could, you know, have like a Cult of the Pink invasion of Boja, so that we don't have to rely on there actually being enough people to do Castrum Lacus Latori, for instance. I think that would be extremely cool. Also, Starbird just... Hi. Hello. The camera perspective makes the bird look gigantic next to Kai. Do you have that flask for me? A flask filled with astrally infused water, scooped from a strangely specific point in the depths of the Font of Maya. Yes, this should suffice. Thank you, Caetsu. Here's an interesting fun fact, Ymir. Minions' exact location are actually not universal. That is a locally determined detail in the game. For some reason, that is something that it does not track. The reason for that is that it saves on resources. It's not important where Starbird is, so the game just gives try to do a /beacon to it. Use like target the Starbird and use the beacon emote. I can't remember where it is. There it is. Try and use it, Ymir. Even though it's already on your shoulder. See, now it's on your shoulder. Now, the reason that it works this way is because my client didn't see you call it to your shoulder. And that means that because the information is saved locally, all my computer knows is, well, you have a Starbird following you. That information is given. But anything beyond that is just like generally the minion walks around like this. It moves around this often. And if the owner beckons it, fly to its shoulder until it decides to jump off again. But it's entirely random. Like if you see where the Starbird is on your screen, I'm almost certain that it is not in the same place as it is on my screen, right? It's pretty interesting that it works like that. You can also see that my bear here doesn't really... It's not very interested in exploring much. That one is more likely to be in the same place for everyone, because it just follows me. It's not guaranteed, anyway. Still on your shoulder. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, new content is new content. And if you haven't done it, then it's new content for you. Look who I came across. Istinian seemed in need of diversion, and we, in turn, may have need of his lance. Right then, now that our little party's assembled, let us make our way to the ruins. Will we have need of Matsia's boat again? Not this time. Once Y'shtola informed me of our destination, I arranged for a vessel to be made ready at Akyali. Your Excellency is ever the gracious host, shall we? What's actually interesting regarding the story of Boja is that was a zone where I was not that super invested in the story. So there's a lot of things that I missed because I was more focused on progressing through the zone than hearing the story itself. That was partly because the story of Boja is heavily tied to the Evely story, which at the time I was not very interested in. So, like, I had very much skipped over that, so anything related to the Evely story was like, well, I probably won't be able to follow very well. Yeah, I like the funny cat man. So you're psyched. That's good. That is good. I think it would be interesting. I think I've shown this on stream before, like, Boja and Satnor, like, there are people, especially if you go there at peak times, but in most, like, at most times of the day, it's like, at best, 10 players or something like that. And that's just so few players that some things can be really hard to do. Gilano says, also you have to unlock lore bits that are looted randomly to know the fate of certain main characters. Also that, and I didn't collect everything in Zadnal. The only thing I completed was I got every single relic weapon completely completed. The ship is yours to command. Oh, thanks. We set sail at once. Oh, this is so exciting! Alcedal's legacy, to see the truth of a legend with mine own eyes. All aboard for the treasure vault. All aboard for what it's actually called.
The ruins alone were impressive enough, but I never dreamed such a treasure lay hidden in the depths of the bounty. It may have been helpful to know this device existed, Your Excellency.
My apologies. The gate was a secret I shared with none but my closest advisors. I feared for what might happen should those with ill intentions learn of its existence.
What is it you're doing now?
There is something I wish to verify. The NOAA reports claim that a short stint into the void carries little risk of etheric imbalance. Should one suffer an injury, however, or if one's expedition drags on longer than intended, that risk becomes significantly greater. Gra has theorized that a warding scale would confer protection from the void's corrupting influence. But I would prefer to test that hypothesis before we set foot in the 13th ourselves.
So, this is an experiment of sorts?
Yes, an experiment. Tell me, how would you go about testing the efficacy of the warding scale?
I don't know, but that crystal there looks mighty tasty, you know? Say nothing and look meaningfully at Estinian. Maybe send a familiar?
Very good. I see you've been paying attention. As Vritra sent his simulacrum, so too shall we rely on a familiar to bear the brunt of any unpleasant consequences.
And the bird.
Now, a lowly imp can navigate a fissure, no matter how narrow. Which means an arcane entity of similar stature should be able to manage the same. I hadn't wanted it to come to this, but no other familiars will do, I'm afraid.
I mislike the sound of that. What manner of fiend does she mean to summon?
Yeah, she should really have warned us about this.
From ocean rise and cloudbank form, from mountain spring and rainfall storm, from river flow and life be born. Water, water, froth and foam!
Ready your arms. I fear she's been possessed.
Oh, come now. That was adorable.
It was very adorable.
Though not my first choice. These familiars I conceived of as a child have the best chance of fitting through the gate.
I don't know why you're so embarrassed, Y'shtola. You summoned mini versions of a boss in a dungeon. Like, either you summoned that, or Master Matoya summoned that, which means that those are impressive enough that she was like, that could defend this place. That's a good thing.
I only wish my younger self had considered a more dignified ending to the creation ritual. In any case, these two should serve as well. This one will bear a warding scale.
Nom.
And when they return from the 13th, we can observe how the talisman, or absence thereof, has affected the progress of the Void's corruption. If I could impose upon you to open the gate. Your Excellency?
Ah, yes, of course.
We should also be wary of void sense slipping through while we conduct our experiment. Estinian, you are to keep Nidana safe from harm.
As you say.
You had best be on your guard as well.
Who, me? Froth and foam!
Oh, are you volunteering to join the Nixies? I could shrink you down, you know. Let us begin, shall we? Nixies, into the void.
You know, they're pretty good at rhyming.
I think we've waited long enough. Nixies, return to my side.
Oh no.
Thank you, little one. You did well.
The poor thing. Its essence has been irrevocably warped.
We're out of time. I must reseal the void gate.
They're coming through!
In the name of Alzadal III, I
I bar this door unto the void!
Hmm.
Well, that was a sharp lesson in the dangers of void gates.
And what of our experiment? I'd say the results speak for themselves.
The unprotected Nixie has suffered extensive etheric corruption. As Nidana observed, it's well on its way to becoming a void scent. The one merged with the talisman, however, appears unaffected. I sense no changes to its equilibrium. Rest now, little ones.
Graha's theory was correct then.
So it would seem. But while our second familiar was untouched by void energies, the talisman itself shows signs of degradation. It was, of course, originally designed to shield the soul from primal tempering. It stands to reason that etheric corruption of a different sort would affect it differently. We may need to modify the warding scale's design to account for the 13th's uniquely unstable ether.
You've said much of the Void's instability, but my imagination fails me. What manner of place is this broken world?
Ah, my apologies. I forget that not all of us spend our days sequestered in dusty archives. The 13th is a reflection of the source that was drowned in a flood of darkness. In Emmett Selk's own words, this tragedy was a result of the Ascians' attempts to force a rejoining. They erred in their haste, and made of that world a useless void. And what of your own experience? Will you tell us of what you observed during Noah's expedition? I can picture it now. The sunless, Stygian expanse, infested with legions of ether-starved monstrosities. A void in every sense of the word.
Remember, if you hadn't been forced to do the Crystal Tower story, this would make no sense.
What you have described in such lurid detail is exactly why I hesitate to encourage you.
Worry not, great Vritra. Our journey into the 13th is but the first leg of a longer voyage. A voyage that shall lead us to other reflections, to new mysteries and discoveries. And I mean to be there every step of the way. But first I must focus on refining the warding talisman.
Then I can begin work on constructing an artificial Atomos. Or I could if I had the relevant manuals to hand. Might I be so bold as to request access to the Satrap's family archives? Your Excellency?
Oh, yes. That can be arranged. I will speak to my officials upon our return.
We will see you back in the city then.
Ymir says, why don't you have an adventure plate? Oh, because we haven't made one. Because we haven't made one. I have to look into that. Once Nidana succeeds in replicating the Mock Atomos, this door into the 13th will be ours to open. Will you be crossing the threshold alongside us? I realize this is more my endeavor than yours. To be honest, I have no interest in visiting the Void myself. Might we discuss this later? There's something I must do. Must do first. Why does everyone insist on being so secretive? I at least had good reason for not wanting to explain my Nixie ritual. Did you know? Did you though? Shall we proceed with our other preparations then? As we saw, the warding scale can be effective at protecting the bearer from other sources of etheric corruption. Nevertheless, the talisman's durability will need to be improved if it is to withstand the Void's influence for a prolonged length of time. I think that is a problem we can address without involving the brilliant but busy alchemists who created it. Who do we know who excels at this kind of structural augmentation? Garland Ironworks? An excellent suggestion. As I recall, Sid himself is no stranger to the Void and its volatile energies. With his experienced hand at the helm, I have every confidence that the Ironworks can strengthen the warding scale. Come, let us visit their operation in Ralga's Reach and commission their best and brightest. You're paying. Oh, and here we are, apparently. Incredible. Gianna says, another thing I thought about earlier's discussion. 1.0 players loved Uldar so much that when the apocalypse started happening, they made players squads to protect the city and made the famous Great Gobu Wall. An army of people on Gobu mounts around the city. I will put a link in spoilers on the Discord server. Some people theorize the devs made a nod to it with the Gobu Corps in Eastern Thanalan in 2.0. That I believe this also is brought up in the variant dungeon, isn't it? I think it is. I don't know if Gobu specifically are. Etsu, what brings you to the Ironworks? We have a commission for you and your president. Actually, we have a commission for you and your president, actually. Assuming he's available. Master Sid, certainly. I'll see if he has a moment free. Sounds like you are on quite an adventure, you two. Anyway, bye. A pleasure as always. I hear you have a job for us. Heading into the void to find a lost dragon. That sounds almost pedestrian compared to your last adventure. Honestly, I don't know if you could say anything that would surprise me after meeting you in that bloody mess. Alright, let's take a look at this talisman of yours. You said there were signs of degradation. It's very small. It seems some manner of corrosion has set in around a scratch on its surface. Not just the void's corruption seeped into Nero through his wounds. In which case, our best bet may be to simply prevent the scale from being damaged in the first place. And how might we achieve that? We have a coding agent for strengthening trinkets and the like, but I'd be wary of applying any compound which might upset the scale's delicate alchemical balance. Far safer to dress it in armor. We'll construct a protective casing, one utilizing metal alloys with high ethereal conductivity, so as not to impede the talisman's primary function. A suit of armor, as you said. Nero has compiled data on the 13th, so I'll have him pitch in with the design just to be sure. If only it weren't such an ordeal to convince him to follow our safety protocols. In any case, we may need some time to untangle the particulars. Understandable. We know how busy your schedule is, and the final result will doubtless be worth the wait. The hard part will be docking Jessie and her constant barrage of demands while we sneak about doing the fun stuff. We'll see what we can do. I think we can leave the rest in Sid's capable hands. Let's return to the great work and see how Nidada is getting on with her mock Atmos. He's had a good, 20 minutes to figure that one out, I think. She should basically be finished by now. That is a good point, Ymir. Oh, we could just coat your talisman in armor to make it more durable. Have you considered you could do that to my armor, Sid? You considered that?
Hey, Stola. The adjustments are going well, I hope?
'Tis a lengthy process, but the end is in sight, yes.
That's wonderful news. I myself had some good fortune searching through the Satrap's private records. What I found was a transaction log dated around the same period as when Alzadal's legacy was built. It included a purchase list of highly exclusive alchemical components, and I knew I'd discovered the key to making the artificial atomos. I then visited the High Crucible to commission the materials. After I'd explained my requirements, I was beset by volunteers insisting I allow them to help with the entire project.
The usual reaction to someone forcing open a void gate is to run for the hills. Harnish academics certainly are a different breed.
Can we help?
The alchemists of old were cut from a similar cloth. The unknown held no fear for them. Indeed, they were ever eager to seek new knowledge, regardless of the danger.
And were you not also fearless, heedless even, in your determination?
My sire entered his dormancy before I was hatched. And so it was Ashdaya who kept my eggs safe and warm. It created a bond between us. Even long after I learned to fend for myself, I rarely strayed from her side. She was my guardian, my sister, my dear companion. And not a single day passes that I do not mourn her absence. No matter how deep the darkness, I would not surrender my search. I promised myself the time would come when we would once more take to the skies together. But I am satrap now.
The Radiant Host is here to serve, Your Excellency.
Nabdeen, what is this about?
Celestinian told us of your predicament. For centuries you have protected Rads at Han, never showing your true self, hiding behind a curtain and living only in service to the people. Your dedication meant more to us than your deceit, and so did we accept you as our rightful ruler. After all that you have sacrificed for this nation, did you imagine we would begrudge you your heart's desire? We survived the final days. We are a strong and proud people. We, the Radiant Host, will keep Thavnair safe in your absence.
I am grateful for your loyalty and for your encouragement. And yet...
Now you listen to me, Varshan! You are wearing that face, after all. As I have told you before, you are a little brother to us all. And if you are family, then so too is your sister. We are there for you if you need us. But do not ask us to sit by and watch while you abandon a sibling you have ached to rescue for millennia.
We will succeed in opening the way. It is only a matter of time. All you need do is prepare to step through to the other side.
Your Excellency, I wanted to thank you for building the orphanage. It means so much that my sister and I will have a place to be together, safe and happy. And I hope that you and your sister can be together again too.
Small Kai over there. To protect them well, you must take heart.
Take heart and protect them well. Such were the words I once said to you. And here I stand, failing to live up to them. If my heart is torn, I am fit to protect neither Ajdaya nor Radzatan. My people, I have come to a decision. Vashan will depart Thavnair for a time. My dragon self will remain in the palace, but only to conduct the satrap's most essential duties. While I am focused on controlling this vessel, there may be matters that escape my attention. I rely on you, my trusted friends, to watch over one another until I return.
Take care and fair fortune, little brother. Many tears would be shed should you come to harm.
I would not dare make you cry.
Nice. Ymir says, what armor? Okay, you don't wear armor. I have plate pants. I'll have you know. he couldn't reinforce those. Also, you acquired tea. I hope it's nice. You surprise me, Estenian. For a lone wolf, you've shown an unusual degree of, shall we say, involvement in helping Ritra reach this conclusion. 'Twas for the greater good. The worm's thundering sighs were keeping his citizens awake at night, and had travelers believing the palace racked by some unnatural storm. That is a little rude. What of your own answer, then? You seem disinclined to venture into the void. When I was one with Nidhogg, his vengeful thoughts were my thoughts, his endless rage, my rage. The soul-chilling grief he nursed for Ratatoskera's death. I would not wish such agony upon a foe, let alone a friend and ally. If there's a chance we can spare Ritra that pain, then I will follow you. An unusual crew we have here. Indeed, but perfect for our purpose, I should think. I'd rather not bother the Scions with aught less than a dire threat to the star. Now, on to specifics. Unlike the first, where the flood of light was halted before its devastation was complete, the 13th has been utterly subsumed by darkness. My plan, as such, is to explore the void in stages, withdrawing to safety after each brief foray. It would be more convenient had we some manner of base camp nearer to the gate itself. One of the palace chambers should serve. Come, let us reconvene outside Megaduta. Oof. It's a surprisingly long start quest, I feel like. I feel like it took less time when I did it on my main. I guess we just got distracted by other stuff. And so we will require suitable accommodations. Might we make something available for our guests? All the chambers are presently hosting the great mounds of treasure we carried out of the vault. Once the Foundation's activities begin in earnest, however, we can redistribute the trove and make a room or two ready for habitation. Good. Please inform me when you've completed the arrangements. He's also a dancer. As you heard, we will have you settled in Megaduta in due time. As ever, you are most gracious, Your Excellency. You risk yourselves to aid me in my search for Ashdaya. Providing comfortable quarters is the least I can do. I only wish we knew more about our destination. The gods only know how long our explorations might possibly take, or what our chances of success might possibly be. Actually, I'm going to stop you right there, Stola. I'm pretty sure the gods don't know. Succeed or fail, I'm grateful to you for convincing me to make the attempt. On that note, I will return to the great work and lend what help I can to Nidana. If you have preparations to make ere we venture into the 13th, now is the time. All I need is my armor and my lance. Perhaps I'll train with a Radiant Host to pass the time before we depart. You know what this means to me, Caetsu. But my purpose need not consume you as well. We are headed into another world. Find what joy you can in the experience. For you are a traveler and adventurer at heart. This I know. Meanwhile, in the 13th. Hey Peter, how are you doing? Soupity soup. I'm at soup.
this world, bereft of saviors.
Soup is good for you, that is true. And that was a little ominous. Why are you buying clothes at the soup store? I'm glad to hear you are doing well, Bitu. I'm also doing well. That was 6.1. So I'm going to be right back, but before that... So I know for certain that we will probably not get very far in 6.2. So instead I will ask you, everyone, what you would like to see. Ymir says we can go overtime. I mean, it took us 4.5 hours to do 6.1. Maybe not that much overtime. Anyway, I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. I feel like I biased you a little too hard with my suggestion that we wouldn't be able to finish 6.2. But it seems like we're going side questing. Before that, I think we're going to take a picture here. But I'm curious, like, so the thing is, what we can do is we could go and level Black Mage. The thing is that jumping into a raid, we could also do, like, start on unlocking the Pandemonium raids. But I feel like, isn't that... Like, that's also something we wouldn't be able to finish now, so we'd be like... not very far. So like, that's why I wanted to like do side questing. We could level Black Mage. We can unlock stuff on Black Mage. I don't know actually what we can unlock. But I feel like, I think each raid tier takes a few hours if you like take time with the story. And the gear that drops from the Pandemonium raids aren't that high item level. Speaking of item level, what level is your Black Mage? 58. Almost 59. Also, I want to point out, despite all of the loot that I won when we did Alzadal's Legacy, I got nothing that I can actually use. So no upgrades. But yeah, the Black Mage is 58. So we could do stuff like do a leveling roulette. I can't remember if we have any dungeons left in Heavensward that we haven't unlocked. Not anyone missing. So like, we reach level... Well, we haven't any leveling ones. So we could do stuff like do a leveling roulette. And then see where that takes us. Because that we are still in the level range where Black Mage has to go back and do like job quests. To unlock Fire 4, for example. So I think that would work. But before we do that, I want a picture with Vashan. Although this spear seems a little too ominous. It, like stabs him straight through the heart. Somehow Vashan is so big that an emote like that wouldn't work very well. This could work. And the bear in the foreground again. Vashan, could you smile? You know what would be nice for G poses? If you could have like an option where you could make NPCs do like just a smile, something. He's just giving the dead-eyed stare. Like, is everything that bleak, Vashan? You're really crushed. Lemon, you could join if you want to. We can do leveling roulette at the very least. It's almost like he's a doll. Fair point, but he does smile in cutscenes. But you're right. That is fair. So there we have a picture for the thumbnail. Maybe he checked out. He's just completely... He's just hanging out in his chambers. Just playing... Like, doing a Sudoku or something. Just, nice. Reading the newspaper. Doing Dungeons and Dragons. He's playing Dungeons and Dragons with Nidana. Lemon says, what day to send on server Smol Caetsu? Alpha Light. When we're not in a duty of some kind, both of my accounts has like the exact world we're situated on prominently displayed up in the top right. I think it's a little smaller on Orakai, but like on my main, but Smol Caetsu has it right here. So it's Alpha Light. So if you're if Lemon Bread is on Chaos, then you have to log out to the character select and then use data center travel to come over. I just want to fix this outfit because then we have it instead of me having to like spend glamour prisms to reapply it when we get new gear, and that will happen. But yeah, we can do a leveling roulette, and then we might land at like level 60, given that a black mage is like a fraction from leveling up. It should be very manageable. How about we replace this one, actually? It's kind of weird that every time we check our glamour plates, we're met with Kai in a summer swimsuit, isn't it? That we never use, by the way. That could work. Beach episode win. I think we actually had that a long time ago, due to I think due to the summer event happening. That's why she has the summer outfit in the first place, because every time there's been an event to do, Smol Kai has done it. Absolutely. So that's the only reason we have it, because there was a summer event like really early in this series. I can't remember which episode it was, but it was early enough that I was like, oh, can we even reach Costa del Sol in time for that? And then we could. I think it was like we reached Costa del Sol, and I was like, oh, well, and then we do the event now. See how fast do you type? Very quick. I sound like a machine gun. Lemon bready, was it, right? Lemon. Yeah, right, really fast. You should have received an invite, Lemon. You know, now that it suddenly hit me that like there's this channel called The Backlogs that do a lot of random challenges, primarily in Souls-like games, and he's also named Lemon. It does not want to let me join. What do you mean by that? What does it say? Are you on the Light data center? Are you on Light? Are you on Alpha? Care to explain? Peter says, what would be a good way to gear up at level 90? Crafted gear is like 350,000 apiece. Peter, which data center do you play on? Which data center are you on? Innate Dynamis. There's your problem. So, what you should do is, when you want to buy a gear piece, step one is you go to this website, and then up in the top left corner you can search the market. If you choose your region, you can search the price of any item and find the cheapest market board in your region. So like, for example, you could find that for example, earlier I went and bought these items, and for the rings I actually traveled to Ragnarok on Chaos to buy them, because they were like Here on Alpha Light they cost 277,000, but on Ragnarok Chaos they cost 120,000. So I saved over 50% of the price just because I world traveled. So find the cheapest ones, then you should be able to find most pieces on like for around 100 to 120,000. If there's some pieces specifically that are a little expensive, a little on the expensive side, and you don't have any options, then if it's not a weapon, remember that you can get tokens from the current raid tier, like the current normal raids drop tokens that you can use to turn in for gear at the same item level as the crafted gear. Granted, you cannot overmelt that, but if you're tight on cash, I'm not expecting you to overmelt anyway, so that is a non-issue, right? The only gear piece you cannot get through the raids is you can only get one ring, because the raids drop unique rings, whereas the crafted ones are not unique, so you can get 2 of them. And weapons. So you will need a weapon for your job. That is bound to happen. But yeah, that is what I would do. If you're tight on cash, then the most impactful gear pieces you can get is first your weapon. That is like the most important gear piece to upgrade. After that is chest and pants. In terms of like raw power gain. After that is the rest of the armor pieces, and then finally comes the accessories. If you're buying gear with tomestones, like the weekly tomestones in particular, and apparently we have access to the weekly cap now, that will probably be difficult to ever fill out on Smol Caetsu, so that's fine. But if you're buying with those, the exact value of each gear piece is completely irrelevant, because the price of a ring is actually proportional to how strong it is. So like the amount of tomestones you spend point for point is going to be just as well spent on a ring as on a chest piece. So if you're getting all of the gear like to upgrade yourself, it doesn't matter, Peter. It's perfectly fine. If you're going for like, if you're buying the tomestones, specifically the comedy tomestones, then it is completely irrelevant what piece you buy. What matters most is whether you get the ones that have the good stats on them. Like for most jobs, you want crit on the piece if you can. And it does not matter whether you buy the chest or a ring first, it's completely irrelevant. If you buy with the tokens from the raid, then the most effective, I would say, are actually all of the accessories, because they cost 1 token each. Whereas like a chest piece costs 4, it is not proportionally viable in the same fashion. So like if you need to get some gear and you're really strapped for cash, then like the accessories from the raid, like grab 4 of those and then spend your money on this side and then 1 ring. And if you're not in a hurry to gear up, then you can just like on the first week grab 4 accessories from the raid. If you can enter, buy a ring. You have to buy 1 ring and buy a weapon. And then over several weeks you could gradually fill out this part. Like in 1 week you can get gloves and boots, then another week you can get pants, then another week you can get a chest piece, and at some point you would probably get some comedy tombstone gear as well, so you won't need all of the tokens. But you could gradually fill out your gear and then use the remaining raid runs for like filling out alts. Peter says, I'll probably go for the raids then. I thought it would be a good idea to spend all my money on glamour. Yeah, fair enough. You know what? If you enjoy that, Peter, that's totally fine. The only thing you need to be able to gear up is to have high enough item level that you can enter the newest normal raid. Then you can start to like collect decent gear with time. Orion says raid gear becomes obsolete, but glamour is forever. True, glamour is forever. The raid gear will, however, be relevant for the remainder of this expansion. And like, if you get 600 item level 640, that is going to be significant and useful for the remainder of the expansion. There are no more raid tiers after all. Now, are we going with the raincoat, or do we update the black mage as well, you guys? We have a few options. Blade. I don't mind either one, so I put a little poll if you want to decide it. Peter says it's like that saying, if a tree falls and no one hears it, does it make a sound? But for Final Fantasy XIV it would be, if you complete a piece of content and don't look swell, did you really do it? I have also heard the one that the biggest gear upgrade you can get is glamour. Well, I mostly heard it in WoW, where it's called transmog, but the same idea applies. The biggest upgrade you can get is glamour, because when you look cool, it makes you do more damage. If you look cool doing it, it makes you do more damage. Exactly, it increases DPS through motivation. That's also why, whenever I'm practicing a rotation on a striking dummy in Stone Sky Sea, I put on good music. I actually get like an actual DPS increase when I land the big hits to the beat and stuff like that. Trust, take my word for it. I don't know why I'm running around in my room like this. I can come out. Sources, trust me, bro. Exactly. Could you imagine writing that on like a thesis? Sources, trust me, bro. See, there's one vote for Raincoat. There's 2 votes for Raincoat, and there's 3 votes for New Adventure. So the Raincoat is what we're wearing right now. The New Adventure was what we've been wearing all stream. Can I use restricted leveling? Of course. Thank you for reminding me. Actually, I don't want party in progress. Oh, we did remember to put this on, apparently. All that wasted XP. It's not wasted. He says, I don't believe in science and statistics. I'm a dynamist. Did you say dynamist? Blade. Right. I guess we're going with the New Adventure outfit then. Phew. We look ready for combat. Wait. Oh, I forgot to fit the other side. Oh well. Dynamis is the strongest force. It's the emotional force. Terrifying fighting pose. Whip, boop. Look, aren't you afraid? I have a ladybug staff. I am the picture of intimidation. It just doesn't get more terrifying than this. must be so humiliating for all those icons just slayed. Sable says, does XP stack at level 60 for free trial players? Are you asking whether the XP you accumulate while you're level 60 on free trial, if that is applied later when you buy the game? Is that what you're asking? No, it does not. All XP that you acquire on a level 60 job on the free trial just goes into the nothing. Unfortunately. So if you're level 60 and you're on the free trial, if you don't want the XP to go to waste, you will have to like grab another job and do it with. Or you'd have to buy the game, of course, and play on a subscription. But if you're on the free trial and you're asking this, there's probably good reason for that. So that's not like the best hint to give. But yeah, the XP does not accumulate. Food. Yeah, Nanaba is very cute. Like, was it Nil that gave it to me? Who was it that gave it to me? It was given to me on stream. Glad to help, Sable. Boing. Could be a mount. It could almost be my mount. Dusk Vigil. Oh, Lemon unlocked the optional dungeon. What do we not have? Well, we have ley lines. Is Dusk Vigil that bad? Hey, Coco. How are you doing? Oh, by the way, Coco, we're doing side quests now, so if you want to watch the rest of the stream, it should be mostly spoiler-free for you. At least it's not Sastasha or Ifrit. This is the dungeon where you betrayed me. Did I betray you in this dungeon as well? What did I do to you in the... Oh, right, because... Oh, right. Yeah, the one where I failed you because I didn't realize that if you leave a fully pre-made group, if you leave a fully pre-made group, but you got here through through random roulette, then it still counts as leaving, as far as the game is concerned. And I didn't know that. Wait, you also got Dusk Vigil, P2? That is a little bit cursed. Wait, I can cast one more fire. And then flare for 800 mana. Spend all of my barely nothing mana. That is really cursed. You also get Dusk Vigil. I hope you maybe you'll outrun us. Who knows? The lever. It's a cold steel lever. It's on. Your tank. Oh, that gives you a lot of leeway to rush. Speed and power. No! Not in my ley lines! Not... Ow! But my ley lines! My ley lines! I'm going to be stunned precisely for the full remaining duration of my ley lines. And I'm stunned again. Blah. Blah. Such a fun fight, am I right? Don't you love getting stunned for like 20 seconds at a time? Fun game mechanic. Exactly, Coco. You aren't allowed to play boss. I didn't even need to use mana font there. Hey, level 59! We have a pointy stick as our weapon now. We've upgraded from ladybug stick to pointy stick. Actually, I kind of miss the ladybug stick now. Maybe we should save it as a glamour. It's so fittingly adorable. Glambok! I think it looked very cute. Pew. 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 Did we get all of the mobs? Oh, there's another pack. Oh dear. Yeah. Ow. Oh, I guess I'll just not cast Flare then. Oh. Running through with all the instant casts. That really helps with making it easy to play Black Mage when you're still low level and learning, is that you get so many instant casts to help you navigate. I did see someone earlier that was suggesting that Black Mage was an easy job to play on one of my videos, and I said, and he also remembered at the very least to mention that he's level 50. Huh? Did this... Did the sound cut for you guys too? Huh? What? Did the sound of the game cut on stream? It just suddenly just went completely gone. How strange. I don't think I can fix this without restarting the game. What? That it just came like completely suddenly. Did I press something? I don't think I did. Can I relog? Can I relog? Do you mind? Can I do that while in a dungeon? Without it causing problems? Did you alt-tab? Oh, I have a... I didn't. Why? I didn't. I didn't alt-tab in that moment. I alt-tabbed after, but I actually have it set up so the sound shouldn't cut when I'm alt-tabbed. Right, I will relog to get the sound back, okay, guys. That also means you... that also means that I will have to... let's see here. I'll do this. Can you still hear me? I hope you can still hear me. I have to hide it because I'll have to write in my login information and stuff. Sorry about that. You can still hear me. Good. I haven't used this in a while. That's the full version of the channel banner. How weird. How incredibly strange. What's your password and credit card number? But yeah, I actually put in like my credit card number is actually my password. It makes it easier to remember. /S. Don't forget the 3 little numbers on the back. Oh, that's my username. Can't forget those. It's been a while since I've had this happen, and usually when it happens, it doesn't lose all sound. It loses some sound, but it weirdly keeps some of it. Right, things looks to be working again. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened. It also, like, for me, it felt like the sound, like, it was like, it didn't just go gone. It sounded like it was like a knob, you know, like it turned it down from full to like 0. That's fine, Pito. Maybe we'll catch up to you. Thank you for waiting. Ymir says, why do you get an XP bonus? Because I am a sprout? Supposedly, allegedly. I don't have the sprout icon, but it says I am. And I believe Gilano is a mentor. That would be why. Actually, I'm coming in here. I want to be close. Not for that, but what's coming up immediately after is that it does also a donut AoE that I don't want to deal with. Brain drain. See, there it is. I thought the donut was a little smaller, but sure. The This fight is always so awkward because you're in the position of should you kill all of the ads that spawn endlessly, or should you just focus fire the boss? And it feels like everyone just gets confused because of it. Chilano says, let's see if I can get the chat to stay. Useless 1.0 fact. Of the 4 Kurthas 1.0 vigils, Steel is still a landmark. Stone and Dusk became dungeons, but the Dawn Vigil completely disappeared with no traces. Where was the Dawn Vigil? Is it just off the map? Or is it supposed to be somewhere and it's just gone now? Oh no, not the frostbite. I prefer getting a megabyte from a cute puppy. Or a treasure box. You know, when I think about it, I've had worse glitches happen. There was this stream back in Stormblood where while we were having a little talk at the end of the stream, talking about some stuff, suddenly my sound started getting like crunchy in my headset. Like it sounded like there was like a huge like amount of like static or something. And I got really worried, of course, because I didn't know what was happening. Like, watching it back, it was not caught on stream. Like, it was only my headphones that had that problem. So it just started me sounding like I was going crazy. Because it was talking about sound that wasn't happening. So that's also why my first reaction was to say, can you hear that I can't hear anything? Because maybe it was a local thing. Maybe it was my headphones being weird again. Maybe my headphones had completely stopped functioning. I hate this frostbite. Don't give me the frostbite. Oh right, we're almost there. Oh, look, there's a treasure chest here. Surprise! Surprise treasure chest. I wonder if we level up. I actually thought we'd get more boss XP as we went. We only got the one. That better not break this. I'm expecting this to stay up, Ophinicus. You know what I'm saying? It's fine. I didn't want my ley lines anyway. I didn't want them anyway. It's the only one that broke. I'm just getting trolled by the boss. Oh dear. Remember that you need to be have the rock between you and the center. I'm guessing that you just forgot, Levin. Don't worry about it. It's a weird mechanic. It's very mean if you don't get it right. Like it's hardly possible to fix it, and then you're just stuck there. And it doesn't even matter whether you know or you don't. You just have to deal with it now. Nice. We did not reach level 60. Well then. We can do more roulettes. Is that an upgrade? 120. It is. Nice. I don't have that many. We could do trials. We ran through the rock by accident. Ah. Yeah, all I saw was that it seemed like we were running around in the rock. A little difficult to save it from there. Proof of the Dusk Vigil curse. Nice, Peter. Did you beat it then? MSQ roulette? Do you want to do MSQ roulette? Is that what you're saying? Oh, you wanted a fair fight. That's true. We lost around 2 minutes, as I could see on the timer. So our proper clear time was like 16 minutes, I think. So if you beat it in less than 16 minutes, then you won. That is the closest I can offer. We lost around 2 minutes on my relog, I think. We could do trial roulette. We could also do MSQ roulette. I think we have time for MSQ roulette if you want to do that, but I understand if you don't. But we do have time for it. Lemon says I wouldn't mind MSQ roulette. Coco says, are new Ishgardian tops overdone? I don't think they're overdone. I don't actually see them that much. I can tell you, back when new Ishgardian gear was the current crafted set, it was actually really popular because it was both kinda cheap and then also you needed it anyway. Nowadays, it's a little bit more expensive because you have to go out of your way to get the equipment. Which is a little bit more tedious, right? Like any previous crafted set becomes a lot more expensive proportionally once it stops being relevant. I get the impression no one minds doing MSQ roulette, so let's do that one. That takes longer than a trial roulette. I also need the tombstones. I apparently don't need the tombstones, but I don't know what we should. Wait. I will spend it. Oh look, there's Coco. Let me go and buy a weapon. Let me buy a weapon before we go in. Oh, that's Lemon. Oh, we got the card. We already have the card. Oh, then. Whee. Coco says I need cool drip. We all need the cool drip. The newish Guardian tops are very nice. And let me put it like this, as long as you're not choosing to use a gear piece that is as overused as 2B leggings, I think you're pretty good. Or Tatekumana. We don't even... is this the one where we get the... 1 second? There we go. Sorry. I'm not doing it. Unfortunately... That's torn from the heavens. No, Coco, there's nothing wrong with the 2B leggings. What you asked if the Newish Guardian tops were overdone. If there was ever a singular gear piece in Final Fantasy XIV that has been overdone, it would be the 2B leggings. By a long shot. That's what I'm saying. There's nothing wrong with them. But if you don't want to use a piece because it's overused, then you shouldn't use the 2B leggings. Is what I'm saying. Gilano says, it's the first time I'm doing this while knowing what the Heart of the Beak is. Oh yeah, same, I think. In a more, how can I say, recent sense. I should have used transpose. I should have used transpose. I should have used transpose instead of Fire 3. I'm here with very little mana. And I could have used transpose. And it would have been fine. Yeah, as I said, nothing wrong with the 2B leggings. But if you don't want to use something everyone else is using, then I'll tell you that everyone else is using the 2B leggings. Everyone is using them. Like, just take a little glance, like just go to Lim to Lamensa on your server and count how many uses the 2B leggings. This is also the part for me personally that I would never use them because they don't include shorts, so... That's also part of one of the jokes in my video from yesterday. I highlight near the near raid gear, and instead of highlighting the 2B leggings, I highlight a pair of leggings that I would, a pair of pants that I would use. That also comes from there. I'm doing 0 damage. I need them shorts though. This is going well. It really does take a lot of the epicness of this fight out of it when there isn't the epic music. I'll give you that. I'm not turning it... as I've said countless times at this point, I'm not turning off the music because I don't like the song. It's because, like, it's not worth the hassle and you can risk having to deal with an erroneous copyright claim if you play the full, like a full few minutes of Dawn from the Heavens. That you then have to, like, deal with. And I think we can survive ominously quiet Ultima weapon just fine. It's almost like its own unique experience. I just remembered that it's not taking 0 damage. Coco says, you could also just sing for us. I could, but it's really hard to sing on the fly. What should I sing? It can't be a copyrighted piece of work.
But the Ultima weapon is all powerful. Why does my enemy still stand?
Freebird? Oh.
Can her strength truly be so great?
I don't think I can do that.
It is the blessing of light that confounds you.
Oh yeah, that's true. The next part doesn't play Torn from the Heavens.
Your foe acts under the protection of the crystal she bears.
I'll turn on the music again for that. You're right.
So, this is what empowers her.
Here's a funny thing. The first time I ran into this problem was actually not the ultimate weapon fight, but the fight with La Habrea afterwards in the MSQ, because it took so long that the full song managed to play from start to finish like twice, which was what was claimed. And oh, in this section you play like the entire song. And that was the first time I had to deal with it, was when we got to this part in the story for the first time. Which was very annoying. The longest stream we had, I think ever, actually, of a rewind replay, and then I have to deal with that. Like, you can't imagine how bad of a morning after that was. I was just sitting there like, I spent hours researching what I was supposed to do about it. I looked for help all over the place to figure out, should I do something about this, or am I just screwed now? Like, is that okay? Do they just get to have half of the potential revenue of this video forever because of a song they don't own? And that's also why whenever it comes up, I bring it up. You do this, you can counterclaim it, because Square Enix has given us the material usage license. If you refer to that, that says that as long as you're not just playing the music with nothing, you can play it. Lemons is having the Japanese audio on my own game and hearing the English audio on stream is kind of funny.
And from the deepest pit of the seven hells to the very pinnacle of the heavens, the world shall tremble. Unleash Ultima!
Ew. Boom. It is. So what do you think, guys? Was this what you had imagined?
Such devastation! This was not my intention.
Well, here we are. In a burning ring of fire.
It seems the task of keeping your champion alive has exhausted what strength you had left. Van Belsar, your enemy's shield is broken.
And it burns, burns, burns.
We will speak later, Ascian.
How much later?
But first, I must deal with you.
Hi.
The question of who is mightier remains. Come, adventurer. Let us find the answer together.
Such devastation. What does he say in the Japanese version? Oh right, thank you, Jidan. That's actually true. That was Maker's Ruin. For some reason, I have like two or three songs that I think are torn from the heavens, and only one of them is actually torn from the heavens. I also had this problem when we had a situation in the last week's stream, although I think that was actually torn from the heavens. But you're right, that was Maker's Ruin, and that makes a lot more sense. What? I'll have to like recalibrate my torn from the heavens sensor. I'm sorry for turning off the music then. That also explains a lot why it didn't activate on that fight. I think it's just that I have a... It's like, if I get it wrong, then I'll have to deal with it, so I'm just a little jumpy about it. I'm sorry. But you're right, that was Maker's Ruin. That is entirely my bad. And we could have heard that, and I turned it off because I was too scared. And of course, this isn't Maker's Ruin or Torn from the Heavens. This is oh, what is it called again? It is certainly not Big Fat Tacos. Is it just called Ultima? Oh, nice. Well, that is easy to remember. They've really added some stuff to this fight. I couldn't see who it was, so I had no chance of using ethereal manipulation to them. I could just hear it from the explosions that there was a stack marker. I heard the sound of stack marker in the distance. Oh boy. Oh boy. Just dropping bombs on us. Oh, I hope you have your limit break button on your bars, because this calls for mini limit break in a moment. Not yet, but in a moment. There it is. Now's your chance. Now I'll show you. There we go. Level 60. Yeah, once again, just want to say sorry. I was a little too jumpy with the music there. That was not Torn from the Heavens. That was Maker's Ruin. And we could absolutely have heard that. And then after that we had Ultima, which played just fine. I think it's just because the arrangement of Maker's Ruin and Torn from the Heavens is like kind of similar in some ways. So for some reason I just, in my mind, they're the same, especially if I haven't heard either in a while. Ymir says, I could have LB'd. I could have, but melee limit breaks are better for single target, and we needed a single target limit break for this. But you're right. Ymir said I could have used limit break. Omae mo shindeiru. Nice. That is a lot fancier than the single balloon item. Do you know what I'm talking about? There's the like miscellaneous item that just summons a single balloon, and then just a balloon appears in front of you and just floats away. It's kind of sad. It's also nice. Yes, just a single balloon. Just. I wonder if we can buy it. I think you can buy them if you have like a wedding starting. I think you can buy those. And it just looks so silly. Look, she's a 3-star drop. She's like, look at this pull we just had, guys. I didn't even know we were playing a gacha game, but we pulled a 3-star Aradel Kaldin. That's a really good one, by the way. Like, it's a white mage, crazy good healing. Like, it's part of every comp. Like, you can't make a team without a 3-star Aradel Kaldin. It's like mandatory. It doesn't get better than that. It's an SSSR. Super, super, super rare. It's a Stone Sky Sea rare. It's completely unique. Super, ultra, mega rare, exactly. She's just that good. Instead of such devastation, this was not my intention, he says. I can't say certainly read that very efficiently or quickly in without getting the just the spellings. I will use Google Translate to get the exact spelling of the words, and then I'll try to get it right. Nandanoda, kono irio kuwa, kono yona bukiga, kono arutamau epon no nakani. That is absolutely completely incorrect, but it sounds cool, doesn't it? What is this? Such power. To think that there was such an armament inside of Ultima weapon. That is a lot more detailed than what he said. In English. Yeah, I can't translate it either, Lemon, but Orion can. As I understand, Orion and Gazel both play on like Japanese language of the game. So they would know. Our local Japanese experts. Oh, by the way. New weapon. Too much work. Oh, you just play on English and then just... Wait, how? Oh, so you looked it up? Or what? Oh, still. You're very good at Japanese. Far better than I am. That's for certain. So what are we doing this or the Ladybug staff? We could do the Ladybug staff. What? Where's my Ladybug staff? Where is it? Is it this one? Is this one? Do we have other new gear? Oh my, we actually have a lot of new gear. We will put it on when we're not in the dungeon. Wait a minute, we have a huge amount of gear we can equip, because we also have this. We have this. Should we hop out then? The true. That was fun. Good thing I went and bought something, because we would have overcapped there, I think. Look at all this gear. Wham! That looks silly. And whoop. And glamour. And this one. Looks like she's about to do some human sacrifice. Wow. She has never been more intimidating, has she? The best part about this staff is that it makes a sound when you pull it forth. Ryan says, while looking it up, I have also learned that duty support is called contents support in Japanese for some reason. As far as I understand, a lot of things like menu stuff is very different, like extremely differently named in Japanese. It's very satisfying. Yeah. There's two scholars randomly hanging out here. And both of them are using EOS. You know what's an interesting side effect of the change to Scholar, where they only have summon EOS instead of both summon Celine and summon EOS? The interesting side effect is that now that EOS is the default option, that makes the fact that you can use a command to change your summon into Celine or any carbuncle means that EOS is like the default dance of Scholar Pet. It's almost like you almost need to, like, unless you specifically explicitly say that you're intentionally using EOS, you haven't chosen an option. Ryan says, I've been queuing into Dome and Mahjong while listening to the stream. Haven't managed to get even second place all night. There's 4 seats, right? So just getting third place is still good. In fact, getting 4th place, but understanding why you got 4th place is impressive. If you've seen my Gold Saucer video, you will see that my analysis of the content is, I don't know how it works. Watch a guide on it. I have gotten 3rd place once or twice. But I don't seem to be getting out of novice like this. Well, eventually you'll get it. Ymir says, I'm going to go now. Alright, thank you for joining, Ymir. I think this is also where we're going to like round up this stream. I do see that we have a Black Mage quest waiting, but I think because it's the level 61, it's probably going to take a while. So we'll have to keep that for another time. But thank you all for joining for the main quest stuff and for the roulettes. Thank you also, Lemon, for doing that. Imagine Lemon has only had this character for a surprisingly short amount of days and is already joining for some content. I'm glad to see that. I think we'll go to bed in oh, there's Coco as well. I think we'll go to bed in well, we could actually go to bed in Ishgard. We haven't done that in a while. We could take a little picture if you guys want. Oh, Lemon has gone. Things. You can come back. Well, I'll wait for you then. Thank you. I will keep these and treasure these. You're all so big. You're so tall. Lemon, you'll have to come over. We're over here. We're over here. Join us. It's like it's like playing your character through a different camera. You may need to come on the front stairs like Smol Caetsu with how tall everyone else is. Orion says, Lemon, what did you do when you outleveled MSQ so much that you couldn't learn new job skills? Lemon switched to Reaper. Hey Lemon, do you want to do an emote or something before I do the G-pose? Anything you like. It doesn't have to be /T. Just do the emote, and I will go. Oh, that's funny. That works. So the reason why it took so long for things to go again was because the T emote takes a little while to play, and the game waits for everyone to finish their emote before replaying. Also, we're standing in the air. I always feel like the character lighting is a little weird. Let's not do that. A little difficult. camera does not want to go any further than this. Does not want to play ball. What a nice picture. Such levitation. This was not my intention. Could be a thumbnail for tea time stream. That is actually a really good idea. I think that was a really nice picture, yeah. Thank you for joining for the picture as well. And I think I just might do that, Orion. Peter says, I have to migrate to EU. Well, you could make an alt just like Lemon has, if you like. But if you are usually like in NA, then I think you might not want to switch, because then you'd go from like playing on a better connection to never being able to do that. Like we had a talk with Hazian earlier, who plays on 200 ms, and there are some jobs that simply won't work. If you're on bad ping, your ping in NA is 200 ms. In EU, it's like 220. Oh, that could also be a solution. An interesting person showed up. Amazing glam. I know, right? Quite incredible. Probably wondering, yeah, they are probably wondering, why are there like a bunch of people gathered on the stairs randomly? That is almost certainly what's happening. But in my defense, he looks weirder than we do on the stairs. So there. Nice. There's nothing wrong with his outfit, it just looked very surprising. Right. Now, I think I will go to the inn. It did look nice. There's nothing wrong with it. It was just surprising. And the reason why I waited to open G-Pose was because, like, if he had sat down with us, and like joined, I would have taken the picture with him on it, I'll have you know. But he didn't, so I waited for him to like move out of frame. Yeah, I would have taken the picture with him. The reason I waited was specifically because I was sitting there like, I'm going to need you to either move or sit with us. And if he was going to stay, like, oh look, we have found the ultimate YOLO Lalafell. It's the YOLO. But like, if he hadn't moved out of the way, then I would have had a solution. When you're in G pose, you can hide everyone that isn't in your party, I believe. So I would have just invited everyone to the party and then taken the picture. I'm just taking this as well, just in case. That I don't have a picture that kind of works for a schedule. That is a strange shadow. What on earth is going on there? What? What is happening? You see the glasses? I see a mustache. I think this is the necklace. This is the hair for some reason. This is the glasses, and then the head is just not there. That is absurd. Absolutely ridiculous. I don't think we'll be using that for that. Like, maybe if we find something silly to use it for as a thumbnail, but I don't think that is very fitting for our main quest. But that is absolutely a picture worth sharing. Right. That does lead us to the end of this stream. So, if you would like to have a better chance of keeping track of what's happening on this channel, consider joining the Discord community server if you're not already in it. That is the easiest way of keeping track of everything that's happening. There's a room where you can see the weekly schedule, and whenever I do a stream or post a video or something, it should come up right there. That can also be helpful because sometimes I do something that isn't on the schedule. For example, I have a little bit of a plan with Zip and Thesa, Greensville, to continue our foray into the newest extreme and see if we can get a little bit further tomorrow. Tomorrow! And then I would also like to say, yeah, exactly, more Blade! I would also like to say that if you enjoyed this stream, then I would very much appreciate if you would leave a like on the stream, so that the YouTube algorithm knows that it was a really nice stream. And then I think that is everything I have. I also love this meme. I love that. Like, let me put it like this. On the day, like a few hours after the stream, I told Nissa, who made all of the emotes, about the meme. She also seemed to appreciate it. I don't know if she knew how funny we found it, but I shared that little story with her. Because I feel like if you've made something, it would be nice to hear if people like it. So I sometimes tell her little stories about how much appreciation is shown for the emotes. Yeah, more Blade, more double meteors, more me randomly announcing myself wiping the group. Thank you all so much for watching, and good night or good morning, afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. And I will see you all very soon, possibly tomorrow. And that means that all we have left is to say good night to Smol Caetsu. Good night. And thank you all so much for watching the stream and hanging out in game and out of the game and everything. Thank you. Good night.